The House will be in order. The chair lays before the House a communication from the Speaker.
The Speaker's Rooms, Washington, D.C., March 21st, 2024. I hereby appoint the Honorable Mary E. Miller to act as Speaker pro tempore on this day. Signed, Mike Johnson, Speaker of the House of Representatives.
Pursuant to the order of the House of January 9th, 2024, the chair will now recognize members from lists submitted by the majority and minority leaders for morning hour debate. The chair will alternate recognition between the parties with time equally allocated between the parties, and each member other than the majority and minority leaders and the minority whip limited to 5 minutes, but in no event shall debate continue beyond 11:50 a.m. The chair recognizes the gentleman from Arkansas, Mr. Westerman, for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I rise to celebrate a significant milestone, the 50th anniversary of Western Energy Alliance. Oil and natural gas are affordable and reliable sources of energy that drive progress, power industries, and fuel innovation. The Alliance is a leader among the oil and gas associations in understanding the complex federal regulations surrounding production and development in the United States. They have been a strong voice for small and mid-sized companies in navigating Washington, D.C., and pulling together allies across the country. Its members use responsible and innovative policies, and importantly, they have a demonstrated commitment to the environment. As a result, millions of Americans are able to heat their homes and power their vehicles. The Alliance has been a catalyst for job creation, economic growth, and conservation across the country. Congratulations to Western Energy Alliance on 50 years of excellence, and here's to many more years of progress and partnership. Madam Speaker, I often say I am blessed to have incredible staff who always exceed expectations in each of their respective roles. But today, I rise to recognize some of the talents that go well beyond just the office. Members of my staff, including Isabel David, Miles Boland, Cross Thompson, Colin Morrow, Will King, Lonnie Smith, and Ian McCarry, also known as the Run Forrester Run Team, have shown exceptional dedication as they train for the upcoming D.C. Cherry Blossom 10-mile run, of which I am proud to be an honorary congressional co-chair. One of the 3 key pillars that my staff and I follow is to compete to win. And I have no doubt that the Run Forrester Run Team has worked hard to prepare for the opportunity that they will have in the upcoming race. Godspeed in the race. I know you will all make us proud. Madam Speaker, Arkansas Tech University in Russellville, Arkansas is not only the alma mater of 2 of our distinguished colleagues, Representatives Steve Womack and Kevin Hearn, but I rise today to recognize the Arkansas Tech University robotics team's outstanding performance at their tournament last month that earned them the distinction as the #1 collegiate robotics team in the United States. And I'm confident with the exceptional talent they have already proven to possess that they will continue to represent ATU in Arkansas's 4th Congressional District with distinction on the global stage at the upcoming World Championship in Texas next month. As a fellow engineer, I admire the dedication and exemplary skills necessary for those students to attain such accolades for their university, and I know the brothership they are gaining through this journey has been all more valuable. Again, I congratulate the ATU robotics team for their incredible achievements thus far and wish each of the team members continued success in all of their future endeavors. May each of you continue to push the boundaries of innovation and uphold the legacy of excellence that defines Arkansas Tech University. I yield back.
The chair recognizes the gentleman from Georgia, the gentleman from Maryland, Mr. Hoyer, for 5 minutes.
I thank the Speaker. Madam Speaker, we have less than 25 hours until we adjourn for 2 weeks. We'll go home, we'll see our families, we'll see our constituents, and nobody on the front line at Ukraine will be going home in 25 hours. That is a privilege that our Ukrainian and Israeli allies do not have, and I would say those who are at risk in Gaza do not have. If the Speaker agrees that we should move forward, that we need to secure the aid that Ukraine so desperately needs, why hesitate? Why put this off? Putin won't in his quest to conquer Ukraine. Hamas won't in its mission to destroy Israel. We cannot afford delay in our defense of freedom and democracy. Mr. Speaker, the clock is ticking. May it sound in our ears as loudly as the Russian salvos that batter the trenches in Ukraine and the missiles that slam against Iron Dome in Israel. And yes, the bombs who fall on the helpless. Madam Speaker, the tens of thousands of Ukrainian children abducted by Russia don't get to adjourn their captivity. Neither do the 134 hostages held in captivity in Gaza, nor do those who are craving humanitarian relief in Gaza. When Russian troops encircled the city of Avdiivka last month, the Ukrainian defenders within didn't get to pack up and head home for 2 weeks. No, the city fell so quickly that hundreds of Ukrainian soldiers were trapped even before they received the order to withdraw. Why? One soldier who made it out explained, quote, "It was the lack of ammunition, no question. There are 435 of us that sit in this body that can send that ammunition today or at the latest tomorrow." And yet we fail to act. This is not a partisan issue. This is an American issue. The world relies on America to be its leader, to bring stability where stability can be accomplished, to bring safety and freedom where it is achievable. Mr. Speaker, let us act. Let us act together. In that over 300 votes with respect to Ukrainian and with some 400 votes with respect to Israel. That is the American majority that we represent, not Republicans and Democrats, but America that is willing to stand not only for its own freedom, but for the freedom of others around the world. I was at the Elton John concert last night. It was a wonderful concert by a wonderful musician. And he stood and he said to us at the end of that concert, he said, "You know, as I was growing up as a teenager and in my early 20s, all of my heroes were American." Now, he was talking about the spreading of American music throughout the world, and particularly to his home country of England. But America has been the heroes in coming to the aid of those in Europe and other places in the world whose freedom was at risk. And yet, my friends, we remain silent in the sense of voting to pass a bill that was passed by 70 members of the United States Senate. Republican and Democrats, all Americans, saying, "We are here, we are coming, and we will stay steadfast to defend you, your people, and your freedom against the aggressors who would undermine freedoms holy light. We're America. We have a responsibility that no other nation has. And it is to be that city on the hill, to be that beacon, to be that torch of liberty, and to be that country that will respond in a timely fashion to defend freedom here and around the world. Let us act before we leave this town. I yield back.
Chair recognizes the gentlewoman from Arizona, Ms. Lesko, for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I rise today to recognize an accomplished woman whose public service to Arizona has left a lasting impact on thousands of Arizonans. Beverly Pingerelli began her career at Henry Ford Hospital after receiving her bachelor's from Wayne State University. From there, she went on to work in the molecular medicine laboratory at St. Joseph's Hospital. Eventually, Ms. Pingerelli moved on to public service, where she was elected to the Peoria Unified School District Governing Board from 2015 to 2019. After serving on the board, Pingerelli chose to continue her public service in the Arizona State Legislature. While serving Arizona Legislature District 28, Beverly Pingerelli has put a focus on economic prosperity, student success, and parental rights. She even sponsored legislation to expand parental oversight on public school library books and materials, and co-sponsored legislation to require voter ID and prohibit human smuggling. Beverly Pingerelli is truly a force to be reckoned with in the legislature, and Arizona is lucky to have her representation. Thank you, Madam Speaker. I rise today to recognize a woman who has led our state with strength and helped create one of the most prosperous economies in Arizona history, Arizona Treasurer Kimberly Yee. Kimberly Yee was born and raised in Arizona and was the first Chinese-American Republican woman to be elected to a major statewide office in the history of the United States, and is the first Asian American elected to a statewide office in Arizona history. Yee began her career in public service in 2010 when she was elected to the Arizona legislature, where she served for 8 years between the House and the Senate. She was the second woman to serve as Senate Majority Leader since U.S. Supreme Court Justice Sandra Day O'Connor served in Arizona in that same position. During her time as Treasurer of Arizona, the Permanent Land Endowment Trust Fund hit record highs. She also led the effort to pass a state law requiring financial education for high school students prior to graduation. Treasurer Yee's service to Arizona has raised financial literacy rates, improved Arizona's economy, and helped show young women and girls across the state that anything is possible. Madam Speaker, I yield back.
The chair recognizes the gentleman from Illinois, Mr. Krishnamurthy, for 5 minutes.
Madam Speaker, Congress needs to fully fund the American Connectivity Program, also known as ACP. This landmark initiative helps all Americans afford home internet access that is essential today to achieve work or education success. In my district, Nancy Mendez, said that half of the people in the United Palatine Coalition's beginning computer class relied on the ACP for their first ever home internet access. More broadly, Cook County estimates that more than 250,000 households in Cook County have been helped by the law. I want to congratulate and thank Tony Preckwinkle and Cook County for their successful implementation of the ACP. But if the House doesn't act, those families in Cook County and elsewhere will lose their home internet access. Let's pass the ACP Reauthorization Act now. Madam Speaker, in Illinois and across the country, America is in the midst of a child care crisis. Today, parents face a desert of child care options, and the options available to them are increasingly unaffordable. In addition, child care workers face low wages and a lack of benefits that leave them unable to meet their own basic needs. In Illinois, nearly 60% of parents live where there are not enough child care providers. Parents and workers are shouldering the cost of care through massive enrollment fees, lower wages for care workers, and a steep decline in the number of licensed child care providers. This situation is untenable and unacceptable. SEIU Healthcare is fighting to create living wages and affordable services. Now it is our turn in Washington to meet the challenge. We must support the needs of parents and care workers alike by fully funding President Biden's requests to stabilize child care resources now. Madam Speaker, partisan gamesmanship over the southern border is causing this House to neglect the needs of thousands of legally admitted children and families for whom hunger and homelessness await. Catholic Charities of Chicago estimates they now serve 5 to 6 times as many people as at their pantries compared to 2020. These increases mirror those reported by other food banks, religious organizations, and not-for-profits nationwide. And they're all struggling to bridge the gap created by our inaction in Washington. The blame game will not feed the hungry. We can and must do better now. Thank you, and I yield back.
The chair recognizes the gentleman from Georgia, Mr. Carter, for 5 minutes.
Madam Speaker, I rise today to honor the life of the Honorable Virgil Marcus Jones, Sr., who passed away peacefully at the age of 60. Mr. Jones graduated from the Bradwell Institute in Liberty County, where he played varsity basketball. After high school, he attended Morris Brown College as well as Georgia State University. He served his community as the Liberty County Tax Commissioner's Office as a clerk, before becoming the first African-American male to become Liberty County's tax commissioner in 2007. Virgil was also a leader at St. James AME Church, where he served as trustee, the finance steward, the youth advisor, a member of the gospel choir, and male choir. Georgia Resolution H.R. 1302 was adopted to honor Virgil's memory as one of Georgia's most distinguished citizens. Virgil Jones, Sr. will be remembered by all the lives that he touched. Mr. Speaker, I rise today to express my condolences to Herb Campbell, a World War II veteran who passed away at the age of 98. Born in Kirtland, Ohio, Herb enlisted in the U.S. Army to fight in World War II, proudly serving our country and earning 3 Bronze Stars. Herb used the skills and expertise he gained while fighting in the Pacific Theater to create his company, Campbell's Erosion Control, which dutifully served the people of the 1st Congressional District. Herb was a member of the Ohio Operating Engineers, the Veterans of Foreign Wars, and Christ Church. Herb was a father to his 13 children and a grandfather to his many grandchildren and great-grandchildren. Among many hobbies, he liked to garden, dance, and above all, spend time with his family. Herb's legacy will live on as the prime example of what it means to serve and put others before yourself. Madam Speaker, I rise today to recognize Fred Harpole for his hard work and leadership as he retires from his position as the Assistant Director for FLETC Corps Training Operations Director. In his position, Harpole is responsible for providing oversight of the Firearms Division, Driver and Marine Division, Enforcement Operations Division, and Physical Techniques Division. Additionally, he manages oversight of the FLETC Artesia New Mexico Training Delivery Point. Harpole became a member of the FLETC team in March of 2020 as the Deputy Assistant Director for CTO. Shortly after, Harpole was promoted to the position of Associate Director. Prior to his service at FLETC, Harpole served in multiple operations and training positions for both TSA and the Federal Air Marshal Service. His background, skills, and firsthand insight have made him a valuable source for information for public officials. Mr. Harpole, who began his law enforcement career in 1987 with the Milwaukee Police Department, will be revered into the future for his dedication to public service and the protection of the American people. Madam Speaker, I rise today in remembrance of Bob Coble, a local Savannaian who positively impacted the lives of his family, friends, and others within the community. Though born in North Carolina, Coble lived most of his life in Long and Liberty counties. He served in various industries and accumulated multiple skills throughout his adult life. Before retiring as an electrical engineer, Coble was a bailiff for the Long County Probate and Superior Courts. He also demonstrated his devotion to his country by serving in the U.S. Army, during which he fought in Vietnam. In addition to his other roles, Coble served the younger citizens of Georgia's 1st District, as he repeatedly served as a helper for Santa Claus and Easter Bunny festivities, along with supporting youth development at the Masonic Children's Home. Coble's achievement and works of service for the community and the nation have left a lasting mark that will be remembered far into the future. Thank you, Madam Speaker, and I yield back.
The chair recognizes the gentlewoman from Pennsylvania, Ms. Houlihan, for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I'm really proud to say that in large part, thanks to the leadership of President Joe Biden, that when the U.S. has been called upon to help our allies, we have answered that call. When I was standing with President Zelensky years ago, we warned him of the pending attack that was coming his way. We shared intelligence with him, frankly, intelligence that he didn't believe. We shared that intelligence with the world as well, and we clearly demonstrated the clear and present threat that was coming his way. When Ukraine then called us for help in the immediate aftermath of the Russians' illegal attack on Ukraine, we, the United States, answered. When the Ukrainian people held off Putin's advance and called again for additional resources to sustain their defenses, we, the United States, again answered. When Ukraine's military offensive took back the Black Sea and asked again for more advanced weaponry for their battle-tested troops, we, the United States, answered. Yet now, when the Russian military is retreating in some regions and on the brink of doing so in many more areas as well, we are not answering Ukraine's repeated attempts and calls for help again. When Ukraine is now literally running out of bullets, we are not answering their call for help. Which is why my pride in our leadership and in the United States has become overcome with anger, because yet again, this chamber is about to recess without having provided aid to Ukraine. Yesterday, in the House Armed Services Committee, I heard one of my Republican colleagues say not once, not twice, but 3 times that Putin is indeed a war criminal. And I'm quoting him here. As we see the attacks from war criminal Putin on the democracy of Ukraine, we are so concerned by the efforts of war criminal Putin and their allies of Iran and China. This question was, what is your assessment of China and Iran helping war criminal Putin? Madam Speaker, I agree with that member. Putin is a war criminal, which is exactly why we must be providing aid to Ukraine. The inaction of Congress, and specifically this House, this body, and specifically Speaker of the House, Mr. Johnson, to support Ukraine is putting the United States and the world in peril. My dad was born in Lviv, which was then Poland and now Ukraine. He was born in 1942. His father, my grandfather, was murdered during the Holocaust, along with nearly every member of his immediate family. We know what happens when the United States does not lead, but rather turns a blind eye and turns inward. My family tree is bare and hollowed out and is a stark reminder of what happens when we allow tyrants to invade other nations and to wage merciless and illegal wars. My family is not alone. Millions of lives were lost because of the United States reticent to engage in 1939. I'd also like to remind my colleagues that this is not a handout. First, many of these munitions are developed by Americans, supporting U.S. businesses. And second, we are giving Ukraine aid, our aging weaponry, and purchasing new and more advanced technologies for our troops. And finally, we are supporting Ukraine and supporting our American way of life without a single loss of Americans. Not a single American service member has been deployed to Ukraine, but there are American service members in nearby NATO countries who will be in harm's way should Putin continue his illegal and expressed desire to put NATO on the warpath. Americans should not need a history lesson about what happens to our way of life when Europe falls to the chaos of war, but clearly some of my colleagues do. So what on earth are we doing here? We are called to D.C. for vote after vote on bill after bill that stand no chance of passing in the Senate, when we should be using this valuable time doing our job and passing Ukraine aid. If Ukraine aid were brought up today for a vote, it would pass. It would pass the House, supported by scores and scores of Republicans and Democrats alike, the ones who have called Putin a war criminal. It actually also has already passed the Senate, and President Biden would sign it into law tomorrow. I love this country. I've served this country in uniform. It is the greatest honor of my lifetime to serve my country and my community in Congress. And it is because of this love, the same country that took my father and my grandmother as Holocaust refugees, that I stand here today and express my deep and profound anger at the positively undemocratic way in which Speaker Johnson is withholding our vote on Ukraine. The deja vu of giving these remarks is literally nauseating. I am apoplectic. It is 1939 again, and this is not an exaggeration. This is not about our standing as a nation. It is about a lasting peace in a democratic world order. In 24 hours, this House will adjourn yet again. And if Democrats held the gavel, there would be no further delay. I'll say that again. If Democrats held the gavel, Ukraine would have the support they needed. I do not want to be right. I really don't want Ukraine to fall. I just want to be able to vote on Ukraine and defeat Putin.
The gentlelady's
With that, I yield back and demand a vote.
The chair recognizes the gentleman from California, Mr. LaMaffa, for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. So many Americans are wondering, why are our food prices so high? What causes this? Why, even on occasions in the land of plenty, we see food shortages of certain types on our shelves? Well, it really boils down to several factors. Energy independence is one of them. Food security and energy independence go hand in hand. It's certainly time for President Biden and his administration to take action to renew our economic vitality. Instead of supporting our farmers and ensuring a stable food supply, it appears agriculture and the industry itself have been turned into a partisan issue, leaving farmers to fend for themselves in a really hostile regulatory environment. As we navigate these challenges facing our ag sector, it's crucial to recognize the far-reaching implications of the Biden administration's anti-American energy policy. Their push to have everything convert to electric vehicles, whether it's our cars, our pickups, tractors, trucks, let alone our appliances at home, is going to be indeed very costly and probably not even possible with the energy grid we currently have, especially with the anti-energy policies. You really play heck trying to get a new power plant sited, even a nuclear power plant. They're tearing down hydroelectric dams in my district right now, which is clean, reliable, CO2-free power. So if that's not enough, what we're looking at is on the other side of the scale for farmers trying to provide food, they don't allocate the water, and especially in my home state, that is due them to their water rights. We had almost record rain and snowpack last year, and it's pretty good this year. Yet there's areas of the San Joaquin Valley that are only going to receive 15% of their normal allocated water rights. And so I remind you, my home state of California grows all these crops here, somewhere between 100% or a little less, that the U.S. relies on. Otherwise, these would be imported crops. So many of them come from my home state of California. Yet we can't get the water supply, even though we could store it, and we're watching so much of it be washed out to the ocean through the Delta for no good reason. Army Corps of Engineers uses 50-year-old manuals to decide how much water they should keep in the reservoirs up till that point where they stop their conservation mode for flood control. Hey, I get it, flood control is needed, but we have 500,000 acre-feet of space still left in Lake Oroville, 600,000 acre-feet of space left in Lake Shasta, and it's not coming up fast enough to meet an April 1 mark, or let alone get full by May or June. So what's that mean? Several 100,000 acre-feet of water probably left on the table that aren't going to grow these crops right here. And people are wondering why their food is expensive. Energy policy, driving up the cost of diesel. It doubled fuel for me and my farm and everybody else a couple years ago, tripled the cost of fertilizer for farmers across the country, all because of bad energy policy. When you shut down pipelines, when you shut down exploration, when you shut down the ability to make our own energy in this country and have to rely on importing it from a lot of times adversarial countries, what do you expect is going to happen to the cost of anything, since everything is so energy dependent, energy based in our economy? So indeed, if we're going to grow this food in California or in our own country, we're going to have a much more secure situation with our food supply and stability across the board. As we know, food security is national security. So Americans feel the cost of high energy, high food costs, high just about everything. And a lot of this has happened the last 3 years. We've had a lot more stability under the previous administration. Now, COVID was weaponized to try and shut down a lot of our country, a lot of our economy, and make people stay at home. Indeed, that had a effect we're still feeling. Even our kids in school feeling that still because of an overbearing COVID policy that has also added trillions to our national debt. So what are we going to do? We're going to have an energy policy make sense, or do we want to rely on China for imported food, imported other products, in the Middle East for imported oil? I personally think we're going to get a heck of a lot better product growing these crops in California or elsewhere in the United States than by relying upon others to send it to us. Because when the chips are down, America's always there for other people, but they aren't necessarily going to be there for us if we have our own crisis. We're the last bastion, we're the last beacon many times in the world. So we have to hold our leaders accountable for an energy policy and putting our food policy up front as well.
Gentleman's time's expired.
We need to pass the Farm Bill soon. I yield back.
The chair recognizes the gentlewoman from Michigan, Ms. Tlaib, for 5 minutes.
I love recognizing our community mothers in Detroit. Amy Good founded Alternative for Girls, a nationally recognized organization serving at-risk youth women in Southeast Michigan. For the past 37 years, Amy Good has led Alternative for Girls with integrity and commitment to organization's mission to ensure a better quality of life and future for girls and young women who have survived homelessness, violence, and trauma. With their support, many young girls can go on to succeed in school, graduate, and become leaders in our communities by providing shelter, housing, mentorship programs, skills training, and much more. With Amy's partnership, I am so proud to announce that our office was able to secure $1.1 million for the Alternative for Girls to construct the Dr. Maya Angelou Village that will create 45 units of affordable, integrated, permanent supportive housing for at-risk families. Please join me in thanking Amy Good for her outstanding service to our residents in Southeast Michigan as we wish her well in her next endeavor. Congress passed legislation to celebrate the mother of the civil rights movement and a beloved resident of our community, Mother Rosa Parks. I would like to thank Senator Debbie Stabenow, the Macaulay Parks family, and everyone who supported this legislation. It was a privilege to lead this effort in the House to rename our federal building in downtown at 985 Michigan Avenue in Detroit, the Rosa Parks Federal Building. We honor Mother Rosa Parks today and every day for her bravery and unwavering commitment to justice. The Montgomery bus boycott showed the world the power of nonviolent resistance and collective action. Her strength resonated with millions across our nation, inspiring a wave of protests, boycotts, and marches. Her protest challenged the status quo and paved the way for the Civil Rights Act of 1964 to outlaw racial segregation in our nation. As we reflect Rosa Parks' legacy, let us not only remember her incredible courage, but also recognize the work that still lies before us. Let us honor her memory by continuing to challenge inequality, by speaking out against injustice, and by standing up for what is right, even in the face of adversity. Over 1.5 million Palestinians are now displaced in Rafah without food, clean water, or medicine. More than 13,000 children have already been killed by the Israeli government. Another child is killed in Gaza every 15 minutes. Many have witnessed family members literally dismembered before their eyes. They have witnessed their loved ones buried under the rubble while they were holding each other. The trauma has led to children as young as 5, Mr. Speaker, saying that they would prefer to die. And as if the threat from the bullets and bombs wasn't enough, Palestinians are now dying of starvation across Gaza. At least 27 children and 3 adults have already starved to death. They have been forced to eat grass and animal feed just to survive. Let's be clear, this isn't a tragic accident. What we are witnessing, all of us across this world, is the Israeli government using starvation as a weapon of war. The starvation is a result of the total siege on Gaza and the intentional targeting of local food production, infrastructure, and obstruction of aid convoys. Recently, at least 112 Palestinians were killed after Israeli government forces opened fire on hundreds waiting to collect flour. The Israeli government has been intentionally starving the Palestinian people, families. These are some of the most horrific crimes against humanity committed in this century. To target starving people seeking food is beyond belief. Now my colleagues are pushing legislation to send more American tax dollars to the apartheid government of Israel and stop funding UNRWA, the major organization that provides desperately needed food and humanitarian assistance to starving Palestinians. Now, members here, all of you, are now going to be contributing to the starvation of Palestinian families. This is Yazan. He was only 10 years old when he died due to severe malnutrition and lack of proper health care caused by the siege and blockade in Gaza. His family, originally from the north, was displaced several times and wanted to make it to Rafah in hopes of finding food and medicine for Yazan, who needed it to survive. But there was nothing they could do to help him. This has to stop. What has happened to our shared humanity? Palestinians deserve to live. Palestinian children aren't disposable. They deserve to grow old. Netanyahu has said he will move forward with an invasion of Rafah with or without temporary ceasefire. He said it. So let's be clear though, a temporary ceasefire is not enough. There's nothing humanitarian about feeding starving children for 6 weeks before the bombing and killing resumes.
Gentlewoman's time's expired.
A ceasefire is what we need, a lasting, permanent ceasefire.
Chair recognizes the gentleman from Arizona, Mr. Ciscomani, for 5 minutes.
Mr. Speaker, I rise today to congratulate the Marana Junior Little League softball team who made it to the Little League Junior Softball World Series quarterfinals. This team is the only team from Marana Little League baseball and softball to advance to a World Series. It was not an easy road for the team during the Western Regional Junior League tournament. They had to win 5 consecutive elimination games, and their final game being delayed for over 2 hours. Yet, they still came home with the win. And during the Junior League Softball World Series, the Marana Junior League softball team made it all the way to the quarterfinals. The team is coached by head coach Sam Mills, Coach Jason Angle, and Coach Chris Beck. The 12 extraordinary players are Addison Angle, Addison Lee, Adelaide Bradshaw, Aubriana Gray, Bella Brooks Rohel, Bella Sawyer, Brooke Beck, Candace Beck, Emma Winter, Kyla Layden, Malia Mills, and Mariah Moreno. These young girls have a bright future ahead of them, and I am excited to see what the future holds for all of them. Way to represent Marana and Arizona in the World Series. Congratulations. Mr. Speaker, I rise today to congratulate Misty Opat, the women's basketball coach at Cochise College, who recently achieved her 300th career win. Misty has over 2 decades of collegiate coaching experience and is in her 4th year at Cochise College. Last week, under Misty's coaching, the women's basketball team clinched their seat in the NJCAA National Tournament. Misty recently said she would rather impact 300 lives than get 300 wins. But I think it's safe to say that she has done both. Congratulations, Misty, and the Apaches Cochise College women's basketball team. You have made Cochise County and Southern Arizona very, very proud. Mr. Speaker, I rise today to congratulate Kim Farr, a teacher of Mica Mountain High School and the Arizona Athletics 2023-2024 High School Teacher of the Year. Kim Farr has been a teacher for over 17 years. Throughout her career, she has taught science classes of all levels, from biology to AP research. Outside of the classroom, you can find Mrs. Farr coaching swimming and traveling the world with students in Costa Rica, Ecuador, the Galapagos Islands, and Belize. Congratulations to all the nominees from Southern Arizona. Mark Calden from Marana High School, Jordan Castle from CDO High School, Abigail Francis from Mountain View High School, Bridget Montoya from Flowing Wells High School, Tiffany Newton from Andrada Polytechnic High School, Christina Parks from Cienega High School, Sean Smith from Amphi High School, and Michelle Tozer from Empire High School. I am grateful for all of the teachers and everything they do. I am proud to represent you all in Congress, and thank you for the work that you do for our next generation. Mr. Speaker, with that, I yield back.
The chair recognizes a gentlewoman from the Virgin Islands, Ms. Plaskett, for 5 minutes.
Thank you. The time for dawdling, procrastinating, pointless disputes has long expired. This body has become consumed with self-serving ambition and such a manufactured divide that we have forgotten that this nation has and must continue to be a global defender of freedom and democracy. Our failure to fulfill this vital role and turn a blind eye to systemic injustices around the world, particularly in the African continent and the Caribbean region, is not only unethical, it's un-American. And it has legal ramifications, not just for the people, economy, and stability of those nations, but lethal ramifications for our own safety and national security. The African continent and the Caribbean region have long suffered from a legacy of slavery and colonialism, symptoms of which have led many of these countries to be volatile and prone to political and economic instability. For example, Haiti had to pay France for its freedom. After winning a revolution, they had imposed on them a debt to the French government for that freedom, for the lost revenues of slavery, if you can believe that. They have had to pay literally $28 billion to France. Literally, as my 14-year-old would say, literally. 40% of the nation's economy went to debt services. The precarious state has positioned them to be prime targets for foreign influence. And now U.S. adversaries such as China and Russia have been proliferating through the African continent, and China particularly in the Caribbean basin, exploiting those vulnerabilities for profit and to expand strategic interests. The Chinese multinational Huawei has constructed roughly 70% of Africa's infrastructure, Africa's information technology, and continues to make similar investments in the Caribbean basin in its Belt and Road Initiative. Over 10 nations have signed agreements to open their borders up to Chinese influence. Russia has bolstered its ties and influence as well, primarily through mercenary groups such as the Wagner Group. Between 2015 and 2019, Moscow signed 19 military collaboration agreements with African governments. By exploiting the instability of those nations, Russia has established African reliance on military to secure access to resources, extracting minerals such as cobalt, gold, and uranium from the continent. Furthermore, Russia and China's involvement undermines the continent's democratic aspirations, driving conflict, worsening human rights abuses, spurring growing militarization in governments. Niger, 2023, Mali, 2022, Sudan, 2021, Guinea, 2022-23, Burkina Faso, 2024. All coups in the last few years, displacing democratically elected governments with military juntas. For years, the world has witnessed the Republic of Haiti face a profound political, security, and humanitarian crisis. The severity of the situation is far surpassed the usefulness of words. We are operating on borrowed time. Our hands-off and apathetic approach to Haiti is an affront to our values. Following President Jovenel Moïse's assassinations, gangs seized complete control, creating a humanitarian catastrophe. Since February, 15,000 people have been displaced, adding to the 362,000 already internally displaced in the country. The hunger crisis worsens as armed groups block food supply routes. The approval of the State Department's funding request to support a Kenya-led multinational security support mission to Haiti is critical, as it will train and bolster the Haitian National Police, align with U.S. national security interests, and showcase decisive leadership. Blocking $40 million in aid by GOP leadership, despite the risk of a worsening humanitarian crisis and potential migration surge, my colleagues, is unacceptable. Without the release of those funds, our borders will be overrun and people will die. We must do better. I yield back.
The chair recognizes the gentleman from Nebraska, Mr. Bacon, for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. 36 years ago this week, Saddam Hussein unleashed a nightmare upon the peaceful Kurdish town of Halabja, forever etching it into the annals of crimes against humanity. The atrocity perpetrated against the genocidal Anfal campaign stands as a stark reminder of the depths of cruelty that humanity is capable of. The horrors inflicted upon the people of Halabja on that fateful day, as they were mercilessly attacked with mustard gas and nerve agents, resulted in the instantaneous loss of thousands of innocent lives. Yet the true extent of the devastation did not end there. For many survivors, the aftermath of the chemical onslaught continues to plague them, manifesting in debilitating health conditions, staggering rates of cancer, and haunting birth defects. The scars of Halabja run deep, both physically and emotionally, reverberating through the generations as a painful testament to the brutality of war. But Halabja was not an isolated incident. It was but one chapter in the harrowing saga of the Anfal campaign. Over the course of 2 years, more than 180,000 civilians perished, their villages razed to the ground, and their way of life shattered beyond recognition. The landscape of Kurdistan bears the indelible scars of this campaign of terror, a stark reminder of the price paid for silence in the face of evil. As we gather today, 36 years later, to commemorate the victims of Halabja and the Anfal campaign, we must do more than mourn the loss. We must condemn unequivocally the genocide that was perpetrated against the Kurds and reaffirm our commitment to upholding the sanctity of human life. Let us pledge to never again allow such horrors to unfold unchecked, to stand as guardians of peace and justice in a world too often marred by violence and indifference. In honoring the memory of those who perished in Halabja, let us also honor the resilience of the survivors, whose spirit remains unbroken despite the unimaginable sufferings they have endured. May their courage inspire us to redouble our efforts in the pursuit of a future where atrocities like those committed in Halabja are but a distant memories, never to be repeated again. I also want to take a moment to thank our Kurd allies for their friendship and their partnership in the fight against ISIS, Al-Qaeda in Iraq, and the Shia militias in Iraq. I deployed 4 times, and the Kurds were our great allies, and I always will remain grateful. Finally, today is March 21st, the Kurdish New Year. The rich cultural heritage, resilience, and determination of the Kurdish people continue to inspire us all. I wish I could congratulate the Kurds around the world. A happy New Year, and may this new year bring you abundant blessings, renewed hope, and countless opportunities for growth and success. Nuraz Peroz Bit, or in Kurdish, that means Happy New Year. With that, I yield back the remainder of my time.
The chair recognizes a gentleman from Connecticut, Mr. Larson, for 5 minutes.
Well, thank you, Mr. Speaker. I rise this morning to draw attention to the nation's #1 anti-poverty program for the elderly and the nation's #1 anti-poverty program for our children. It's something that everyone is familiar with. It's Social Security. And this Congress and previous Congresses have not done anything to enhance Social Security, Mr. Speaker, in more than 50 years. Richard Nixon was the President of the United States the last time Congress enhanced benefits for what now amount to 70 million Americans. Speaker Walberg, in your district alone, 176,794 Social Security recipients haven't received an enhancement in more than 50 years. This is also the nation's leading economic development program, because in your district, $300 million comes into your district monthly. And where do those people spend that money? Right back in your district, at the local grocery store, at the pharmacy, at the gas station, to pay off their rent, etc. It's the nation's #1 anti-poverty program for a reason. Because of the genius of Franklin Delano Roosevelt, who saw in a capitalistic system like ours, there needs to be a safety net and a balance. For more than 40% of all Americans on Social Security, it's the only pension benefit that they have. Temporary Speaker Miller was in the chair before. There's over 160,000 of her constituents. What Congress needs to do is vote. Now, my good friend Kevin Hern says that you have a plan on the other side. It's to cut benefits. We see the president has laid out his proposal that he would like to cut Social Security benefits. Cutting benefits is not the way to save Social Security. The president and Democrats have a very specific plan to enhance benefits across the board and extend the solvency of Social Security so that all of our constituents can receive the benefits they richly deserve. 10,000 baby boomers a day become eligible for Social Security, which is not an entitlement. And with all the discussion about the debt and deficit doesn't contribute a single penny to the debt or deficit. It is a paid-for program. The business community pays half and gets a full tax deduction for it, and individuals pay the other half. And how do they know? All they have to do is go to their pay stub and look at the words FICA. That stands for Federal Insurance Contribution. Whose contribution? Theirs. Speaker Walberg, that's 176,794 people in your district who make these contributions. This is not an entitlement. This is benefits that they've earned. And the only body that can address this is the United States Congress. It's long overdue for us to take this up on behalf of our constituents. If there's a better idea or you think that further study is what's needed, well, put it on the floor and let's have a vote on it. Let's demonstrate to the American people. Everybody professes how much they love and respect Social Security. Where's the plan? Where is the vote that people can say, yes, this is what my representative stands for. This is what we're going to receive. We don't need to cut benefits for Social Security. We need to enhance them. We need to make sure that WEP and GPO get repealed. We have to make sure that people are no longer paying income tax on their Social Security. We have to make sure that that happens now. I thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I yield back.
Chair recognizes the gentleman from Guam, Mr. Molan, for 5 minutes.
Mr. Speaker, I rise today to recognize Mayor Paul McDonald of Agana Heights as he serves his last term representing his beloved village. Being born and raised in Agana Heights, Mayor McDonald has devoted himself to the betterment of his village over the course of 8 consecutive terms in office. He has earned the respect of his constituents through his hard work and commitment to deterring crime in Agana Heights, and through his beautification efforts in his village. Mayor McDonald serves as a unifying force within the community, spearheading numerous initiatives, services, and events that foster cohesion and progress. His impact extends beyond the confines of Agana Heights, as evidenced by the 19-year tenure as president of the Association of Pacific Island Local Government. He attributes his accomplishments to the enduring influence of his late father, Charles McDonald. Beyond his civic duties, Mayor McDonald takes great pride in his role as a devoted father and a cherished grandfather. It is with genuine appreciation that I express my gratitude to Mayor McDonald for his steadfast dedication to the people of Guam and the beautiful village of Agana Heights. As he embarks upon his final term, I extend my sincerest wishes for continued success and blessings. I'm confident his legacy will endure as a source of inspiration for generations to come. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I yield back.
The chair recognizes the gentleman from North Carolina, Mr. Davis, for 5 minutes.
Mr. Speaker, I rise today to celebrate the engineers of tomorrow coming from our very own Frederick Douglass Elementary School in Wilson County. Under the guidance of Ms. Catherine Taylor, the school's media specialist, these talented students are learning to code, building Lego robots, and completing challenges using visual arts and technology. All the hard work has paid off as they won first place and Best Robotics Design and overall champion in the multi-county First Lego League Challenge. Thank you, Ms. Taylor, for using technology to prepare the next generation of leaders. And thank you to the Wilson County Schools for investing in North Carolina's future. Mr. Speaker, I rise today to congratulate the young team of the Greene County All-Star Basketball Program. These promising basketball stars of tomorrow just won the 2024 Eastern Athletic Conference Championship in the 10 to 12 age co-ed group. Greene County defeated Currituck County in a 55-45 victory. Mr. Speaker, recreation sports are an excellent way to expose young athletes to the fundamentals of the game. These young basketball players experienced the wonders of competition, tested their skills and teamwork, and came out on top. Hats off to the players, Coach Berry, Coach Levette, and for a fantastic season. Congratulations to our recreation departments across Eastern North Carolina for making friendly competitions like this a reality. Particularly, I give a big shout out to the Greene County Recreation Department, to the Recreation Director, Mike Anderson, for hosting this year's tournament. With that, Mr. Speaker, I yield back.
The chair recognizes the gentlewoman from Illinois, Ms. Ramirez, for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I rise today to recognize a Latina, a music prodigy, a cultural worker, a mother, and a constituent, La Bombera de Corazón, Ivelisse Diaz. Born and raised in Humboldt Park to a Puerto Rican family, Ivelisse found her calling in life at the age of 5 when she started studying the traditional Afro-Puerto Rican bomba. Over her 24-year career, audiences in Seattle, California, Detroit, Puerto Rico, New York, Mexico, and Ghana have been moved, enthralled, and educated by Ivelisse's artistry and passion. A trailblazer in so many ways, she is the recipient of the prestigious 2019 Three Arts Award for her contribution to the arts. La Bombera has gone on to ensure the preservation of bomba by founding La Escuelita Bombera de Corazón, where she shares her knowledge of the history, the culture, and music of Afro-Indigenous culture. On behalf of Illinois' 3rd Congressional District, it is my honor to commend Ivelisse Diaz for her work preserving culture and passing the torch to the next generation of bomberas. Thank you, Ivelisse, and congratulations. Mr. Speaker, I rise today in honor of Diana Martinez, a powerful Latina voice for our art, our cultura, our community in Illinois 3. The proud daughter of Salvadoran immigrant single mother, Diana demonstrated an early passion for creativity and the arts. A Glen Ellen native, she started her young career by participating in the Park District's theater programs and then nurtured her love for theater at Glenbard West High School and the University of Illinois. In her current leadership role, directing the McAninch Art Center, Diana curates culturally impactful art experiences in DuPage County, including bringing major exhibits to our region featuring renowned paintings from legends like Frida Kahlo and Andy Warhol. As an active and engaged neighbor, Diana seeks to protect and preserve our community's cultural and historic character through her work with Protect Glen Ellen and Save Maine. For her dedication to art as a powerful means of building community, on behalf of Illinois' 3rd Congressional District, it is my great honor to commend Diana Martinez for her dedication, your dedication to service and leadership. Congratulations, Diana. Mr. Speaker, I rise today to recognize the work of a Latina trailblazer and champion for working class individuals across my home state of Illinois, the one, the only, State Representative Elizabeth Lisa Hernandez. Representative Hernandez is the highest ranking and longest serving Latina in the Illinois State Assembly, and she was recently elected the chair of the Illinois Democratic Party, where she continues to ensure that Latinas are represented and recognized across our state. As the current deputy majority leader in the General Assembly, she has been an advocate for quality higher education accessibility, a leader for reproductive rights and liberties, a champion for climate justice and natural disaster relief, and a defender for health care for all. Whether organizing food drives to support local families or spearheading grant workshops to help small businesses thrive, Representative Lisa Hernandez is an inspiration for all Latinas in Illinois. And so on behalf of Illinois' 3rd Congressional District, it is my greatest honor to commend mi amiga, my colleague, for her commitment to public service, tireless work to make Illinois a safe and welcoming state for women, migrants, and everyone who desires to call it home. Elizabeth Lisa Hernandez, it is my honor to congratulate you with this commendation. With that, Speaker, I yield back.
The chair recognizes the gentlewoman from California, Mrs. Berrigan, for 5 minutes.
Mr. Speaker, in recognition of Women's History Month, I stand here to celebrate a remarkable woman from my district whose dedication to equity and justice has a profound impact. Margot Taylor. Margot serves as Vice President of Strategy and Advocacy at Planned Parenthood Los Angeles, where she continues to be an integral part of the community since 2009. Margot is a driving force for advancing reproductive health education, access to contraception, and defending the fundamental rights to safe, legal abortion. At the University of Houston, she witnessed firsthand disparities faced by Black and Brown communities. Motivated by these injustices, Margot is dedicated to dismantling systematic racism through advocacy and action. Margot's experiences fueled her passion to ensure equitable access to healthcare and community services, especially for marginalized groups. As a leader of Planned Parenthood's Black Health Initiative, she has championed successful approaches to address disparities in underserved communities. With unwavering dedication to our community, Margot embodies the spirit of Women's History Month, a trailblazer dedicated to advancing reproductive rights and healthcare access for all. Mr. Speaker, this Women's History Month, it is my honor to spotlight an exceptional woman from my district whose story embodies compassion and determination. Dr. Gabriela Lopez. A San Pedro native, Dr. Lopez shattered barriers from the start. Born to immigrant parents, she became the first in her family to graduate from college and earn a doctorate in medicine. During her time at UCLA, she recognized a critical need for inclusivity in healthcare for non-English speaking patients. She led efforts to provide translators for patients at UCLA Mattel Children's Hospital so that language barriers did not prevent access to quality care. Her actions exemplify empathy and service. Dr. Lopez remains deeply involved with our community. As a dance instructor for a local group in San Pedro, California, she celebrates her heritage and encourages unity and belonging. Dr. Lopez's remarkable journey has been featured on platforms like UCLA Newsroom and La Opinión. Her story serves as a beacon of inspiration for women everywhere. And her story reminds us that with determination and heart, committed to service, women can overcome any obstacle and make a meaningful difference in the lives of others. Let us honor Dr. Gabriela Lopez and all the trailblazing women who continue to shape our world with their courage and compassion, not just this month, but every month. Thank you. I yield back.
The chair recognizes the gentleman from North Carolina, Mr. Jackson, for 5 minutes.
tell I haven't done this much.
Mr. Speaker, I rise today to gratefully announce that our office has secured over $4.5 million to support water and sewer infrastructure in Gaston County. We need these funds to support new jobs and affordable housing as Gaston continues to see remarkable growth. The town of Ranwo is going to double in population this decade. With new families and businesses moving to the county, it strains our utilities, and you can't put an apartment or an office building on a septic tank. When I've talked to local leaders in Gaston County, this has been one of their top priorities. This funding is desperately needed and will go directly to making Gaston a better place to live and work, and I'm very proud that our office was able to help. Mr. Speaker, I rise today proud to announce that our office secured nearly $1 million to support the Gastonia Police Department. The funding will support a project equipping the Gastonia Police Department with technology to reduce crime, allowing officers to act in real time and protect the safety of Gaston residents. It is vital that we give our law enforcement the tools they need to safely reduce crime and help the people in our communities. I'm proud to stand with the Gastonia Police Department to help them get the funding and tools they need to keep us safe. Mr. Speaker, I rise today proud to announce that our office has secured $1.5 million to support affordable housing projects in Mecklenburg and Gaston counties. Our growth has made housing far too expensive, and it's making it even more difficult for working families to make ends meet. The funding will support 2 projects in my district that will provide housing repair assistance and improve living conditions for families at risk of homelessness. It will also help the town of Matthews buy land and help with startup costs for new affordable housing developments. Having stable and affordable housing is the key to growing the middle class in our country. I'm proud to be able to support these efforts in our district, and I yield back. Thank you.
The chair recognizes the gentleman from California, Mr. Garcia, for 5 minutes. Gentleman's recognized.
Now, Mr. Speaker, last week we learned that the Jared Kushner grift continues to grow across the globe. Now, we already know that Donald Trump put his unqualified son-in-law, Jared Kushner, in charge of Middle East policy in the White House. We also know that Jared intervened to negotiate a 110 arms deal with Saudi Arabia and pushed for Donald Trump's first state visit to be in Saudi Arabia, a huge change of policy and a huge gift to this foreign government. We also know that months after Jared left the White House, the Saudi prince went against his own advisors and gave $2 billion to Jared Kushner's hedge fund. And let's not forget that during the Trump presidency, receipts also show that at least $7.8 million in foreign cash went directly to Donald Trump's businesses. Now Jared is pushing new deals in Albania and Serbia, trading on the connections he made during his White House service. The Trump crime family grift never stops. Now, I've said it before and I'll say it again. It's time for investigations. This kind of influence peddling harms our national security. Instead of wasting time on a sham impeachment against President Biden, we should be focused on stopping the real corruption that's been committed by the Trump family. The American people deserve better, and I yield back.
Pursuant to Clause 12A of Rule 1, the chair declares the House in recess until noon today.
The House will be in order. The prayer will be offered by Chaplain Kibben.
Would you pray with me? Holy God, break into our lives this day and reveal the wonders that you alone perform. The heavens declare your glory. The skies proclaim your handiwork. They have no need for words, yet their praise goes out to the ends of the earth. Your creation sings of your greatness. Ignite in our hearts the love that you impart to each one of us, through friends who love at all times, and kin who are born to carry us in adversity. The earnest advice from close companions bears the sweetness of your counsel. The people you have gathered around us, friends, family, and colleagues, are the reminders of your loving provision. Today, then, as we hear the echoes of your voice around us, may we respond with the praise of creation and the love of neighbor, committing ourselves to careful conversation. Let us convey your gifts of grace and mercy as we dedicate ourselves to respectful dialogue. Refresh our souls with your perfect law. Make the wise simple with the trustworthiness of your statutes. Give joy to our hearts as we seek your righteousness. And give light to our eyes with the radiance of your commands. In your most holy name we pray. Amen.
The chair has examined the journal of the last day's proceedings and announces the House the approval thereof. Pursuant to Clause 1 of Rule 1, the journal stands approved. The Pledge of Allegiance will be led by the gentleman from Texas, Mr. Weber.
Pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
The chair will receive a message.
Messages from the Senate.
Mr. Speaker,
Madam Secretary.
I have been directed by the Senate to inform the House that the Senate has passed S-3648, an act to amend the Post-Katrina Management Reform Act of 2026 to repeal certain obsolete requirements and for other purposes.
The chair will now entertain up to 15 requests for 1-minute speeches on each side of the aisle. What purpose does the gentlewoman from Texas seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, I ask unanimous consent to address the House.
Without objection, the gentlewoman is recognized for 1 minute.
Today I rise to address the dire consequences of Mexico's failure to meet its 1944 water treaty obligations. The recent closure of the Rio Grande Valley Sugar Growers, a Texas sole sugar operation, is a direct result of Mexico's non-compliance. The water shortfall, which now exceeds 700,000 acre-feet, has devastated our sugarcane industry, a crucial industry for Texas, and one of only 3 states that grow and mill sugarcane. Mexico's breach has not just jeopardized our agricultural heritage and the livelihood of over 500 workers, it also threatens our region's economy and national food security. The current situation is unsustainable. We urge the Biden administration to take immediate action and press Mexico on this critical issue. Time is of the essence. Thank you. I yield back.
For what purpose does the gentleman from California seek recognition? Without objection, the gentleman is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, Art Ellison has one final wish: to provide free lunch to students in need. Art, a Democrat in the New Hampshire State House, is currently in hospice and knows he doesn't have long to live. He's using his final time to increase and pass a bill for increasing student-free lunch to those below 350% of the poverty line. Making kids go hungry is cruel. That's why I'm on a bill with Senator Sanders to provide free lunch and free meals to every child. We can do it for $3.30 a day. Let us honor Art Ellison and get this done. He represents the best of politics. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
For what purpose does the gentleman from Pennsylvania seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, request unanimous consent to address the House for 1 minute and revise and extend my remarks.
Without objection, the gentleman is recognized.
Well, thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I rise today to highlight Energy Week and how House Republicans are fighting back against the anti-energy policies of the Biden administration. These policies threaten to undo years of innovation, making our domestic production of natural resources the cleanest in the world. It is clear the United States has an abundance of clear-burning natural gas, especially in Pennsylvania, which is the second largest producer of natural gas in the country. By utilizing the Commonwealth's resources, we can provide jobs and invest directly into our communities that have suffered at the hand of the Biden administration's anti-energy policies. By revoking new oil and gas leases on federal lands, canceling vital pipeline permits, and imposing politically motivated regulations on our energy producers, this administration is jeopardizing American jobs and risking our energy and national security. Thankfully, House Republicans have not ignored the devastating impact these policies have on hardworking Americans. Mr. Speaker, my colleagues and I know energy security is national security, and we have had enough of Biden's failed far-left anti-American energy agenda. Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I yield back the balance of my time.
For what purpose does the gentlewoman from Hawaii seek recognition?
And to rise and extend my remarks.
Without objection, the gentlewoman is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Fire and disaster does not discriminate based on legal status or citizenship. For far too long, the help and support following a disaster that is available to many has been withheld from a few. I rise today to highlight the plight of our Compact of Free Association, Ohana. They come from the Republic of the Marshall Islands, the Federated States of Micronesia, and the Republic of Palau. And while they experienced the same fear and loss of last August's fires, they were unable to claim any federal disaster relief. On March 8th, Congress passed the Compact Impact Fairness Act to restore eligibility for federal benefits to citizens from the freely associated states residing in our country. COFA residents had been unfairly stripped of these benefits in the 1996 Welfare Reform Law. In correcting this decades-old error, we can begin making good on our commitment to our COFA residents. And at the urging of our congressional delegation, FEMA will allow COFA residents on Maui to apply retroactively for disaster assistance. COFA residents are a part of our Maui family. And I'm grateful to FEMA for taking this important step for them and ensuring that they will get the help that they need and they deserve. Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I yield back.
For what purpose does the gentleman from Virginia seek recognition?
Seek permission to address the House for 1 minute.
Without objection, the gentleman is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, since 2002, the Virginia Governor's Fire Service Awards have recognized outstanding first responders in the Commonwealth. Chief Monty Coleman of the Forest Volunteer Fire Department received the Virginia Fire Chief of the Year Award. For 35 years, he served Bedford County, working diligently to meet the needs of their growing response area. I congratulate Chief Coleman on this award and thank him for his dedication. The City of Lynchburg Fire Department was recognized for its excellence in Virginia community risk reduction after launching Walkabout Wednesday, a project promoting community safety. This successful initiative involved going door to door to inform citizens about emergency preparedness and install critical safety components. I applaud the Lynchburg Fire Department for providing city residents with these important resources. I also congratulate the Blair's Volunteer Fire and Rescue, which received an Outstanding Fire Department Response Award for their quick actions in responding to a large apartment fire last November. With help from Pittsylvania County and Danville, they heroically prevented any life-threatening injuries or deaths. I'm proud of these outstanding individuals and honored to represent all of the brave first responders of Virginia's 5th District, and I yield back.
For what purpose does the gentleman from Ohio seek recognition?
To address the House for 1 minute or revise and extend my remarks.
Without objection, the gentleman is recognized.
Excuse me. I rise today to say thank you to one of the most remarkable human beings that I've ever met. To be sure, Mr. Speaker, this is a sacred well, and I'm here speaking on the floor of the United States House of Representatives in part because of her. I'm one of literally thousands of people who have been forever improved because of her. Those of us who've had the good fortune to know her could not possibly think of anyone else with her warmth, her kindness, or her joy. She is the epitome of a public servant, serving in the way she has lived her life in total devotion to others. No one has done it better. Bridget, you are such an amazing and wonderful human being. We are grateful, forever grateful, and we love you so much. I yield back.
For what purpose does the gentlewoman from Missouri seek recognition? For what purpose does the gentleman from Nebraska seek recognition?
Address the House for 1 minute and revise and extend my remarks.
Without objection, the gentleman is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, I rise today to address Russia's ongoing efforts to conquer portions of Ukraine. While additional American financial support for Ukraine is on hold right now, it's imperative we remember why America has supplied military aid. This isn't merely a territorial dispute. This is a repeated attempt by an imperialist Russia to build an ethnic empire. You don't have to take my word for it. Vladimir Putin has compared himself to Tsar Peter the Great. For 21 years, Peter the Great waged the Great Northern War to defeat Sweden. His victory coincided with the beginning of the Russian Empire in 1721. Today, Putin doesn't just want portions of Ukraine. He wants to end the post-World War II order that has underpinned freedom and economic prosperity in Europe and beyond. While America shouldn't be on the hook to fund everyday operations of Ukraine's government, it is imperative that we give Ukrainians the arms they need to beat back the reincarnation of what Reagan called the evil empire. With that, Mr. Speaker, thank you, and I yield back.
For what purpose does the gentlewoman from Missouri seek recognition?
Speaker, I seek consent to advise the House for 1 minute and revise and extend my remarks.
Without objection, the gentlewoman is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, I rise today to call on the House to immediately take up Senate Bill 3853, the Radiation Exposure Compensation Reauthorization Act. Missourians are terrified that radioactive waste is poisoning our communities. These innocent victims of the U.S. nuclear weapons program are relying on Congress for restitution. I am outraged. Senate and House negotiators left this urgently needed legislation out of the spending package. Mr. Speaker, time is of the essence. RECA expires in less than 3 months, and that is the existing law, which excludes St. Louis. Just extending the law won't help my constituents dying of cancer. Passing Senate Bill 3853 will. We need to use every opportunity to sign this bill into law. That means scheduling a suspension vote as soon as possible. Mr. Speaker, I am calling on the House to vote on this bill immediately. The health of my constituents depends on it, and I yield back.
For what purpose does the gentleman from Texas seek recognition? Without objection, the gentleman is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, I rise today to recognize and celebrate a true American hero, World War II veteran and former POW, Mr. Louis Rayford Guzzardo, who will turn 100 on April the 6th. Mr. Guzzardo isn't just any ordinary Joe. He served as a B-24 gunner during World War II. His courage and dedication exemplified the finest tradition of our armed forces, inspiring us all to strive for excellence as well as selflessness. He is a part of the greatest generation. Despite enduring the horrors of war and being held as a prisoner of war, Mr. Guzzardo's spirit remained unbroken, fueled by his love of his country and his unwavering faith. Mr. Guzzardo, thank you for your service. thank you for your sacrifice and unwavering dedication to our community in Nederland. Happy 100th birthday, and may your days be filled with joy and blessings. Know that your legacy will be in this congressional record for generations to come, and your love for the United States will always be remembered. Mr. Speaker, I yield back.
For what purpose does the gentleman from South Carolina seek recognition? Without objection, the gentleman is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. On his first day in office, Biden launched a war on American fossil fuels when he killed the Keystone XL pipeline, destroying jobs and forcing dependency on Chinese batteries. Gas prices have doubled since Biden began his war, creating the highest level of inflation in 40 years, with high energy costs accelerating the delivery prices of all products. Biden dictating regulations which are overly expensive. With conflicts of interest, Biden is forcing dependency on Chinese batteries, destroying American jobs. Yesterday, Republicans continued to counter the energy war by passing 2 bills for energy independence and end the Biden push for Chinese batteries. In conclusion, God bless our troops who successfully protected America for 20 years as the global war on terrorism moves from the Afghanistan safe haven to America. We do not need new border laws. We need to enforce existing laws. Biden shamefully opens borders for dictators as more 9/11 attacks across America are imminent, as warned by the FBI. Our prayers for the family of the late Richard Quinn.
For what purpose does the gentleman seek recognition from Idaho?
Mr. Speaker, I request unanimous consent for 1 minute to revise and extend my remarks.
Without objection, the gentleman is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Americans are feeling the harsh impact of President Biden's assault on domestic energy production when they fill their gas tanks or pay their electricity bills. Instead of relieving these costs and unleashing domestic energy production, President Biden is choosing to push the Green New Deal again by threatening to place a moratorium on fracking. Since 1947, fracking has been instrumental in safely unlocking vast reservoirs of oil and natural gas, lowering energy costs, providing jobs for hardworking Americans, and propelling our nation toward energy independence. Prohibiting the use of this technology is detrimental to our energy security and represents a significant federal overreach of state sovereignty by undermining their authority to regulate production within their own borders. It's time we put an end to President Biden's anti-American energy policy and pass legislation such as H.R. 1121 to protect American energy production, preserve state regulatory authority, and lower energy costs for families around the country. Mr. Speaker, I yield back.
For what purpose does the gentleman from Ohio seek recognition? Thank you. Without objection, the gentleman is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, I rise today to recognize Marcia Fudge, my friend, former colleague, and the current and soon-to-be former Secretary of the U.S. Department of Housing and Urban Development. I recognize Secretary Fudge for her service to our nation, to our great state of Ohio, and to her local community. I had the privilege of working alongside Representative Fudge for 9 years in this chamber, working together to tackle the issues that matter the most to Ohioans. She's been a tireless advocate for Ohioans, willing to reach across the aisle to find common ground on key issues like advancing access to affordable housing. While we, of course, didn't always see eye to eye on everything, Marcia and I shared the important goal of helping Americans have the opportunities and the resources needed to achieve the American dream. I'm grateful to have had a fellow Ohioan working as secretary on behalf of so many of my constituents. Public servants like Secretary Fudge, always willing to roll up her sleeves and get to the business of the American people, are a credit to our community. I wish Marcia the best on the next stage of her journey. Thank you, and I yield back.
For what purpose does the gentleman from California seek recognition? Without objection, the gentleman is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. When people earn their paycheck, they earn their wages, they earn money off of stocks, whatever it is, they're going to spend their money on things that are a good value for them. So why isn't government, when they take their tax dollars, not involuntarily, getting a good value for them? I'm speaking in California, the high-speed rail system. I call it high-cost rail. The price is quadrupled over what the voters were sold back about 15 years ago when they were told a high-speed train from Los Angeles to San Francisco could be built for $33 billion. Well, the price tag is well over $125 billion, and it's many years behind as well. So they're still about $100 billion short of the funding it would take to complete this project. They don't even have the route mapped out. Instead, why don't we invest tax dollars that are taken from the people involuntarily in things that can really benefit them, such as a water supply, a stable water supply, better communication systems, more rural broadband, things that can help people be connected in more ways than besides a silly train that's deemed the biggest boondoggle in a long, long time, connecting LA to San Francisco. Instead, it's connecting an orchard in Bakersfield to a place called Merced. Not a good deal for taxpayers. I yield back.
The chair announces the Speaker's appointment pursuant to 46 U.S.C. 51312B and the order of the House of January 9, 2023 of the following member on the part of the House to the Board of Visitors to the United States Merchant Marine Academy.
Mr. Suozzi of New York.
For what purpose does the gentleman from Missouri seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, pursuant to House Resolution 1085, I call up the concurrent resolution H-Con Res 86, expressing the sense of Congress that a carbon tax would be detrimental to the United States economy and ask for its immediate consideration in the House.
The clerk will report the title of the concurrent resolution.
House Concurrent Resolution 86, concurrent resolution expressing the sense of Congress that a carbon tax would be detrimental to the United States economy.
Pursuant to the House Resolution 1085, the current resolution is considered as read. The concurrent resolution shall be debatable for 1 hour, equally divided and controlled by the chair and ranking minority member of the Committee on Ways and Means or their respective designee. The gentleman from Missouri, Mr. Smith, and the gentleman from Oregon, Mr. Blumenauer, each will control 30 minutes. The chair recognizes the gentleman from Missouri.
Mr. Speaker, I ask unanimous consent that all members have 5 legislative days in which to revise and extend their remarks and submit extraneous material on the concurrent resolution under consideration. Mr. Speaker, I yield myself such time as I may consume.
Is recognized.
Working families are struggling to make ends meet, to afford to put food on their table, clothes on their backs, and gasoline in their cars, all because of the inflation crisis that has been fueled by Washington Democrats' runaway spending and President Biden's failed economic policies. The last thing America needs is a carbon tax. It would raise energy prices and harm American competitiveness. It would put American workers and job creators at a disadvantage to appease the president's wealthy environmentalist donors and their far-left agenda. The Biden administration is already giving billion-dollar corporations and big banks massive tax breaks under the so-called Inflation Reduction Act. This is the same administration that is celebrating spending over $1 trillion and counting on special interest green energy handouts, including electric vehicle tax credits for wealthy households while funneling American tax dollars to countries like China. But for working families, a carbon tax would not only raise prices at the pump, but also at the grocery store. It would raise the cost of doing business on Main Street at a time when America's small businesses are struggling under the highest interest rates in over 2 decades. Those who can least afford to pay more, like seniors on fixed incomes, would suffer the most. Today, Congress can send a loud and clear message to the American people and the Biden administration that says not on our watch will there be an anti-American family, anti-American worker, pro-China carbon tax while trillions of those same hardworking Americans' tax dollars go to line the pockets of the wealthy and well-connected. I reserve the balance of my time.
The gentleman reserves. The gentleman from Oregon is recognized.
Thank you. I yield myself such time as I may consume.
The gentleman is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'm listening to my dear friend from Missouri, and it's an example of sort of being disconnected from reality. My friends on the other side of the aisle, for instance, refuse to accept a compromise that is on a bipartisan basis that would make a difference dealing with immigration. I think that will rank along with Speaker Boehner's refusal to accept the bipartisan Senate compromise for immigration, wouldn't even allow it to come to the floor to be voted on. And today, we're having an exercise in futility. There's no carbon tax pending, and they have nothing here that would be significant. It's a non-binding resolution. And as I say, it is disconnected from the reality. The reality, for example, for those of us on the West Coast, is that the climate crisis is real. It becomes more apparent and urgent every day. This winter was the warmest winter on record in the United States, 5.4 degrees higher. 2023 was the world's warmest year on record. In fact, the 10 warmest years have occurred in the last 10 years. And what's the response from our Republican friends? They make stuff up. They move away from solutions that would make a difference. Every independent analyst, Republican and Democrat alike, agrees that the way that we're going to deal with carbon pollution, notwithstanding some of the climate deniers on the other side of the aisle, is a carbon tax. The rest of the world is moving in this direction. Having a price on carbon is the most efficient, cost-effective, and fair way to deal with this crisis. But they're having none of it. As I say, they're making stuff up in the face of things that have real consequences. There are people dying in the Pacific Northwest from the unprecedented heat wave. We've had unprecedented events in California, extreme weather events. And the costs of those extreme weather events dwarf the costs that they are dreaming up in fantasy. In 2022, the climate disasters totaled more than $165 billion. The United States needs to double down on our investments in the Inflation Reduction Act to halt the worst and the most expensive consequences of the climate crisis. Instead, my Republican colleagues put forth a non-binding resolution that doubles as a love letter to big oil. It paints a grim picture of the impacts of a tax on carbon, a picture that is, in fact, completely divorced from reality. Areas that have placed taxes on carbon have fostered innovation, and it's a preferred approach for most of the thoughtful business community. The global cost of climate change is estimated to be over $3 trillion per year by 2050. Further investments in oil and gas without accounting for the true cost of carbon will overly drag down our economy and increase this sum. Moreover, this resolution purports to show concern about the costs to American families associated with the carbon tax, particularly the poor, the elderly, and those on fixed income. Those are the people that are going to pay the cost most dramatically from continued efforts to allow the climate crisis to move forward. Every single Republican voted against the Inflation Reduction Act, a bill that has already saved households hundreds of dollars in energy costs, not to mention hundreds more on prescription drugs. They all voted against it. Yet their constituents are benefiting. They don't care about reducing the costs back then, and we shouldn't fall victim to their attempts to pretend about reducing costs now. The longer we fail to deal meaningfully with the climate crisis, the defining question of the 21st century, Our answer will determine the lives of our children and grandchildren. We've made already significant strides in lowering costs, investing in clean energy. This love letter to big oil is absolutely the wrong step, and it's one they will be unable to justify to their children and grandchildren. It's a wrong-headed, inaccurate approach, one that is sadly not where we should be now, not where they should be, and it defies reality. I strongly urge, even though it's non-binding and doesn't make a difference, we'll go ahead and play this out, but I urge its rejection. I reserve the balance of my time.
The gentleman from Oregon reserves. The gentleman from Missouri is recognized.
Thank you. I yield 5 minutes to the gentleman from Montana, Mr. Zinke.
Mr. Speaker, I rise today in opposition to President Biden's planned carbon tax, which would, quite frankly, kill the American economy. Now, nobody can dispute that America produces cleaner energy than our adversaries or our allies. That's not a dispute. When I was Secretary of Interior, I came in office, we were producing 8.3 million barrels a day and declining. After 2 years of President Trump, we were the world's largest exporter of energy, and oh, by the way, we reduced emissions. We had the record in safety because nobody produces energy more cost-effective, cleaner than we do. So the answer is this. It's not to punish American producers or Americans for having a resource and using it wisely. But there are three absolutes on the carbon tax. First of all, the environment. Undisputed, it is better to produce energy in this country under reasonable regulation than to watch it get produced overseas with no regulation. That is not in dispute. Secondly, manufacturing economy. My good friend from Oregon reminds us that hundreds perhaps have saved on their electric bills. I can tell you millions have not. When I was Secretary, gas was about $2 a gallon. I think it's a little over that. And if anyone looked at their last year's heating bills or around the kitchen table at Thanksgiving, I think we paid a price. On our economy, what drives manufacturing? First of all, is labor. We're not going to be competitive paying wages that China or India can pay. Secondly, resources. The cost of steel is about the same in South Korea as it is in Pittsburgh. Where America has the edge are two things: innovation and energy. And today's energy is going to be different than tomorrow's energy needs. Data storage, robotics, all require more and more energy. And that energy is not going to come from pixie dust and hope. National security. This is an area I'm familiar with. I've lost a lot of friends and colleagues overseas, primarily fighting for other people's oil and energy. I think it's immoral to send our troops overseas and fight for a resource we have here. A carbon tax makes America less competitive. It forces families to pay more for groceries that they're struggling in. And it also on our allies who now depend on low-cost American energy. Now we're going to do a transition to where? EV in China land? Does anyone realize that 85% of the critical minerals that power EV, lithium, nickel, processing, are all in China? So the very idea we would make ourselves less competitive and give the advantage to our adversaries, and who's going to produce energy? If it's not us, who will? I can make a list. Perhaps Iran. Perhaps Venezuela, perhaps Russia. So we either produce energy in this country under our regulations for the environment, for national security, to run our country, or we cede, we retreat. So this carbon tax is a terrible, terrible idea. And Mr. Speaker, I yield back.
The gentleman reserves. The chair will receive a message.
Mr. Speaker, a message from the President of the United States.
Madam Secretary.
Mr. Speaker, I am directed by the President of the United States to deliver to the House of Representatives a message in writing.
The gentleman from Oregon is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'm listening to my dear friend from Montana and the University of Oregon, and I couldn't disagree more. We have the opportunity to produce clean energy in the United States. The cost today of alternatives with wind and solar is cheaper than fossil fuel. And this is where the world is going. Having our technological edge to produce cleaner energy and not be susceptible to those international forces is absolutely essential. I am honored to yield 2 minutes to the gentlewoman from California, Congresswoman Sanchez.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Today I stand in strong opposition to this foolish and useless resolution, while my Republican colleagues rush to support big oil instead of America's seniors, children, and workers. It's not rocket science. We all know that carbon-intensive industries harm our planet. It's also clear from air and water pollution to floods to wildfires that lower-income communities face the greatest risks tied to climate change. Families of color often have access to the fewest resources to prepare for or recover from extreme weather events and other environmental emergencies. So much for looking out for costs of the little people. As a mom and as a legislator, I will never stop fighting to help ensure that our nation's children inherit a greener and healthier world. My Republican colleagues want to choke this planet in carbon dioxide. I urge my colleagues to join me in voting against this GOP effort to prop up oil and gas companies who, by the way, make record profits year after year while American families continue to struggle. I yield back.
The gentleman from Oregon reserves. The gentleman from Missouri is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I yield 3 minutes to the gentle lady from West Virginia, Ms. Miller.
Thank you, Chairman Smith. I rise in support of H-Con Res 86, which would express the sense of Congress that a carbon tax would be detrimental to the United States economy. This resolution makes it clear to the American people that we oppose policies that would drive up energy prices for families, businesses, and undermine U.S. energy security and make Americans more dependent upon China. A carbon tax would be a gift to our adversaries. It would restrict U.S. energy producers' ability to provide reliable energy to the grid and reduce exports to our allies. It further supports China's goal of dominating and profiting from Biden's green technologies and radical climate agenda. In addition, the cost of this tax would be borne by the most vulnerable, the poor, the elderly, and those who are living on a fixed income. Americans are already suffering from the effects of Bidenflation and the president's attack on U.S. energy. If this carbon tax took effect, Americans would feel the pain when they buy their gas for their cars, turn on their lights, or adjust the thermostats in their home. The burden of a carbon tax would increase the price of everyday necessities, consumer goods, and anything that requires energy resources in their production, manufacturing, transport, or distribution. This resolution makes it clear that we oppose policies that would drive up energy prices, damage the United States economy, reduce the American GDP, and hurt American jobs. I will fight tooth and nail to make sure that our God-given natural resources remain the foundation of America's energy economy, while promoting innovation and an all-of-the-above energy. I thank you, and I yield back my time.
The gentleman from Missouri reserves. The gentleman from Oregon is recognized.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. I'm honored to yield 2 minutes to the gentleman from Illinois, Congressman Davis.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I rise to oppose this love letter to big oil. The Republicans' myopic focus on extreme policies has undermined our ability to enact broader tax reforms to support Americans. Rather than pushing this propaganda against green energy and climate change, Congress should be focused on advancing tax policies that support children, families, workers, and businesses. Above all, Congress should be focused on restoring the 2021 child tax credit that halved child poverty in 1 year. The progress we made in 2021 shows that we can slash child poverty when we have the political will to do so. Congress should restore the 2021 Child and Dependent Care Tax Credit that gave up to $8,000 to working parents for child care costs for 2 or more children, much better than the current maximum of $2,100. Congress should restore the 2021 Earned Income Tax Credit that helped foster and homeless youth as well as single workers from being taxed into poverty. Congress should remove income as a barrier to adoption, restore the above-the-line charitable deduction to help non-itemizers, and support the amazing charities that support our communities. Enact critical improvements to the low-income housing tax credit, and help cost-burden renters by implementing a refundable renter's tax credit. Workers, families, and businesses need our help. Today's resolution represents hollow extremist talking points and lacks the political will to cut child poverty in half. Every day we delay action, poverty poisons the futures of millions of children. Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I yield back.
The gentleman from Oregon reserves. The gentleman from Missouri is recognized.
Reserve.
The gentleman from Oregon is recognized.
You know, I just have to note that my dear friend from West Virginia, a woman I deeply respect, but would have reliance on fossil fuel for energy security. In her own state of West Virginia, the cheapest sources of power are renewable energy sources like wind and solar, which we incented with our policies and all of our Republican friends voted against. The market has made a judgment that these are the most cost-effective ways to generate energy. It's my honor to to recognize the gentlewoman from California, Congresswoman Chu.
For how much time, sir?
For 2 minutes.
2 minutes. The gentlewoman is recognized.
I rise in strong opposition of House Concurrent Resolution 86, a disingenuous resolution that wastes our time while it misleadingly attacks a carbon tax. Continuing with yesterday's shameless giveaways to big oil and gas, Republicans' next Energy Week bill asserts that a carbon tax would raise food prices and the cost of every good in America, while ignoring the cost of climate change to communities hit hardest by flooding, wildfires, and other climate catastrophes, all while oil and gas executives maximize their profits. This is unacceptable. The reality is that when Democrats controlled the House, Senate, and White House, we did not pursue a carbon tax. Instead, we passed historic tax credits that are incentivizing and fueling the clean energy transition. The Inflation Reduction Act was the largest climate investment in history, and through it, we are powering economic growth, creating hundreds of thousands of jobs, and advancing environmental justice. While asserting a carbon tax would raise food prices, Republican leadership refuses to disavow their own members' proposals, like the Fair Tax Act, which would actually be a 30% sales tax on everything, including groceries, medical bills, tuition, insurance, and yes, fossil fuel products like gas that you buy at the pump, hurting the very same people they are purporting to help. Ultimately, this resolution represents yet another attempt by House Republicans to favor corporate interests, including big oil, over job-creating clean energy policies and climate solutions that benefit American families and our planet. And they're trying to distract from the reality that the U.S. is hitting record levels of domestic energy production under President Biden. We would welcome Republican support in facilitating the transition to clean energy. Instead, they remain focused on doing everything they can do to undo this progress. I urge my colleagues to vote no.
The gentleman from Oregon reserves. The gentleman from Missouri is recognized.
I reserve.
The gentleman from Missouri reserves. The gentleman from Oregon is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Republicans used to believe in market forces. They were part of a bipartisan effort to reduce acid rain, which had a cap which in short term increased price, but drove innovation. And we solved that problem for a fraction of the alternative costs. Denying the ability to price carbon is turning our back on innovation, turning our back on what the rest of the world is doing, and providing more opportunities for Americans. I hope at some point they'll rediscover the power of market forces and join us in efforts with the legislation that we've passed to harness those market forces, promote American innovation, as we are seeing now under the Inflation Reduction Act. It is my great honor to recognize the gentleman from Santa Barbara, Congressman Salud Carbajal, for 3 minutes?
2 minutes.
2 minutes. Okay.
The gentleman is recognized.
I rise today to point out just how out of step this House Republican majority is, not just with the American people, but with their own party. This resolution denounces the free market, capitalist solution to lower carbon pollution that it originally was introduced by Republicans. That's right, Republicans, the GOP. Are we not for a free market anymore? I am old enough to remember when it was Republicans in this chamber who came to the well, as I am doing today, to speak in support of carbon pricing. But now it's a radical idea. Even today, there are bipartisan bills, including some that I am co-leading, that would put a price on carbon, protect our markets from pollution-intensive foreign goods, and put money back in the American people's pockets. Americans support putting a price on carbon by a 3-to-1 margin, with twice as many Republicans supporting the idea than opposing it. See here, I urge you, Mr. Speaker, to not just take my word for it, take the word of the vast majority of the American people, hundreds of mayors from all over America, every single former Federal Reserve Chair, 28 Nobel Prize-winning economists, Republican members of Congress, and veterans of the Ronald Reagan administration. And if that is not enough, take Elon Musk's words for it. Carbon pricing is, quote, the obvious move and worthy of consideration, not condemnation. What has happened to the Republican Party?
The gentleman's time has expired.
Thank you. I urge a no vote. I yield back.
I deeply appreciate the gentleman's tutorial on economics and history, and I could not agree with him more. And I hope at some point our Republican colleagues rediscover the power of the market, like what would happen with the carbon tax, which we're seeing around the world moving in this direction. There are two basic approaches we can take. One is to use market forces, like putting a price on carbon, or simply being the handmaiden to big oil. You know, I can't think of a more dramatic example of the fallacy of that approach than to look at the home state of our Speaker that has done the bidding of big oil for decades. What's the result of that impact in Louisiana? It hasn't been a hotbed of economic development, to the contrary. But there are other consequences that are serious. A recent study by the Environmental Integrity Project found that Louisiana is home to 8 of the worst polluting refineries in the entire country. Their refineries make up half of the top 10 ammonia polluters. Even in a region on the banks of the Mississippi River between New Orleans and Baton Rouge, it's known as Cancer Alley because of the negative consequences of the petroleum industry and the refusal of the state to provide regulation. The untrammeled growth of fossil fuel industry has resulted in cutting up the landscape. The loss of about 1 football field a day into the Gulf of Mexico. Parts of the state are sinking. Their low birth rates and preterm births are double the national average and nearly triple respiratory ailments, and the vast majority of the residents who suffer are black. Look at New Orleans and the consequences of Louisiana to what happens when you just do the bidding of the oil companies. It's not better environmentally. It's not better economically. It has been pure and simply a disaster. An alternative is to use market forces to tax what we would like least of. A carbon tax would raise prices for some, but it would foster innovation. That's exactly what we did with our approach to acid rain. And it sparked innovation and cured that problem much more cost effectively than other solutions. It's time for the Republican Party to rediscover market forces and be able to do what the vast majority of economic experts, Republican and Democrat, conservative and liberal, agree is the best solution. Rather than lots of rules and regulations, use market forces. We have done that with our Inflation Reduction Act, sparking innovation and investment, even though all my Republican friends voted against it. Mr. Speaker, 2 approaches. Give in to big oil, abandon your principles for environmental protection, market forces for innovation, or look at alternatives that will help us deal with the crisis of our age, the climate crisis. I appreciate the opportunity to share those observations with you, and I reserve the balance of my time.
The gentleman from Oregon reserves. The gentleman from Missouri is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. We have no additional witnesses and ready to close.
The gentleman reserves. The gentleman from Oregon is recognized.
And I'm prepared to close likewise, Mr. Speaker.
The gentleman is recognized.
I would hope at a time when it looks like we're starting to see some adjustment on the other side of the aisle, we're starting to see some of the people in the governing wing of the Republican Party moving forward to try and rein in some of their more extreme elements. We may actually deal with what we should have done months ago, which is fund the government according to the agreement that 149 Republicans signed onto last spring. I've had a little fun tweaking some of my Republican friends, but we know how this is ending up. And that's exactly what is happening. Some people in the more extreme elements of the Republican Party may feel a little pinched, but this is what we agreed to. This is an approach that solves the problem. It's not a good solution. It's not the solution we would have done, but it's the only one that the extreme elements of the Republican Party will allow us to move forward with. And it's better than having a collapse of the economy, our agreements moving forward. I hope that we will have the governing wing of the Republican Party moving forward, and that this might be a path forward. Because there are so many things that we ought to be able to agree upon. Innovation, protecting the American public, lowering costs, like we did with our legislation for prescription drugs, like we're doing now in terms of energy innovation. The record's pretty strong. We have the lowest rate of inflation of any developed economy in the world. We've watched the inflation rate, which my Republican friends are focused on, and I think it's okay, but they deny reality. No major country has done a better job of controlling inflation. It was 6% 2021. It dropped to 5.6%. This last year, 3.1%. Those are the facts. The best performance in the world, and all the railing and yelling and finger pointing don't change those facts. We have opportunities that we could do on a bipartisan basis to help solve the immigration problem that was worked out on a bipartisan basis on the other side of the aisle. In fact, we were moving towards an agreement that would put more investment in border security, beefing up opportunities that could have bipartisan support that would help the problem. It's not our solution. We'd like to do better, but we thought it was the best we could do with our Republican allies. And as it was moving towards enactment, Donald Trump went gunny sack. We can't do that. It would not help my re-election campaign. And we've seen Republicans retreat from a bipartisan solution on immigration. I think this will be as shameful as my friend John Boehner's refusal to allow us to vote on a bipartisan solution from the Senate on immigration back in 2012. We can do better than that if the other side of the aisle will listen to some of the governing wing of the Republican Party, not be held hostage by the most extreme, and work with us on these elements that are already bearing fruit. And what will not bear fruit is tilting at an imaginary windmill of a carbon tax, misrelating what it is, and denying the reality of the costs for failure to deal with the climate crisis. I strongly urge rejection of this proposal that's not going anywhere, that's not real, that is a sad distraction and an opportunity to misrepresent what we could do. Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I yield back.
The gentleman from Oregon yields. The gentleman from Missouri is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. America's working families have paid more than their fair share for the failed economic policies of Washington Democrats and the Biden administration. Prices are up over 18% since President Biden took office. And why? Because the president is willing to sacrifice the well-being of working families to reward the wealthy and well-connected. In the very first month of President Biden's term, inflation was 1.4%. And then Washington Democrats, under one-party control of the White House, the House, and the Senate, added more than $10 trillion of new spending. $10 trillion, which fueled the inflation fire that has now caused inflation to rise almost 20% since Joe Biden took the oath of office. And that is why every American is paying more to put food on their table, clothes on their backs, and gasoline in their car because of the failed economic policies of the Washington Democrats and the Biden administration. And this, a carbon tax, would simply add insult to that injury for so many Americans. It would raise the cost of raising a family and the cost of doing business. It would dull America's competitive edge and penalize. It would penalize American job creators and innovators against China. The American people, Mr. Speaker, they cannot afford, nor should they be forced to pay for a liberal agenda that opposes a carbon tax on American families and American small businesses. I urge my colleagues to vote in favor of this resolution, and I yield back.
The gentleman from Missouri yields back. All time for debate has expired. Pursuant to House Resolution 1085, the previous question is ordered. The question is on the adoption of the concurrent resolution. Those in favor say aye. Those opposed say no. The yeas have it. The concurrent resolution. For what purpose does the gentleman from Missouri seek recognition?
On that, I demand the yeas and nays.
The yeas and nays have been requested. Those favoring a vote by the yeas and nays will rise. A significant number has risen. The yeas and nays are ordered pursuant to Clause 8 of Rule 20. Further proceedings on this question are postponed. For what purpose does the gentleman from South Carolina, Mr. Duncan, seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, pursuant to House Resolution 1085, I call up House Resolution 987 and ask for its immediate consideration in the House.
The clerk will report the title of the resolution.
House Resolution 987, resolution denouncing the harmful anti-American energy policies of the Biden administration and for other purposes.
Pursuant to the House Resolution 1085, the resolution is considered read. The resolution shall be debatable for 1 hour, equally divided and controlled by the chair and ranking member of the Committee on Energy and Commerce or their respective designees. The gentleman from South Carolina, Mr. Duncan, and the gentleman from New Jersey, Mr. Paolone, each will control 30 minutes. The chair recognizes the gentleman for South Carolina, Mr. Duncan.
Mr. Speaker, I ask unanimous consent that all members have 5 legislative days to revise and extend their remarks on the legislation and insert extraneous material on HRes 987.
Without objection.
Mr. Speaker, I yield myself as much time as I may consume.
The gentleman is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, I rise in support of House Resolution 987 to denounce the harmful anti-American energy policies of the Biden administration, led by Western Caucus Chairman Dan Newhouse. You know, from day one, the Biden administration has waged war on American energy. Their actions and policies have jeopardized our grid security, caused America to become more dependent on foreign adversaries like Iran and Russia, China and Venezuela and others, and increased energy costs for everyday Americans. Energy is foundational to everything in American life. American energy powers our country, it employs our workers, and it drives our economy. When the cost of energy goes up, so does everything else. Since President Biden took office, the administration has taken over 170 regulatory actions to make it harder to produce and deliver American energy. President Biden and House Democrats are doing everything in their power to regulate American energy workers out of existence, and they don't care how it negatively impacts communities in South Carolina or any other state around the country. They're putting the needs of radical climate lobby over hardworking Americans. Americans know gas prices hit a 4-month high this week with a national average of $3.46 a gallon. In May of 2023, it was calculated that nearly 20 million households in the United States were behind on their utility bills. That means they couldn't pay them or having trouble paying them. In President Biden's first 26 months in office, energy prices increased roughly 27.2%, the largest increase of any of the past 7 administrations. President Biden's policies have directly contributed to these unaffordable energy bills. He started his first day in office. He canceled the Keystone Pipeline, eliminating the potential for 11,000 energy sector jobs. He continues to block domestic mineral development while simultaneously forcing a rush to green agenda, which makes the United States reliant on foreign countries like China, who use child labor and have inhumane working conditions and do it in a very environmentally insensitive way in their mining. To distract from high energy prices, President Biden directed the largest drawdown of the Strategic Petroleum Reserve in the nation's history. Now, the SPR, the Strategic Petroleum Reserve, is there for national emergencies, a time of war, a time of hurricane, other natural disasters. But he drew it down for political purposes. Under Democrat control, the SPR has been drained to its lowest level since 1980 as an election year gimmick. It puts America at risk, though, not having that Strategic Petroleum Reserve available. President Biden's anti-American energy policies know no end. There's taxing natural gas, blocking pipelines, banning LNG exports, which help American producers but also help our friends and allies around the globe, imposing aggressive EPA regulations. Just yesterday, the Biden administration announced a rule that would mandate that nearly 2/3 of new vehicles must be all electric by 2032, regardless of cost, functionality, or consumer choice, which should drive the market for automobile production. Congressman Newhouse's resolution denounces these policies and encourages domestic energy production of reliable and affordable energy sources. Now, Republicans have solutions, and those solutions will reverse the Biden administration's war on energy. The House recently passed H.R. 7176, the Unlocking Our Domestic LNG Potential Act, to reverse the Biden LNG export ban. We also will be taking up this week H.R. 1023, the Cutting the Green Corruption and Tax Act, to repeal both the EPA Greenhouse Gas Reduction Fund and the EPA's recently proposed natural gas tax. Republicans are leading to unleash American energy and deliver more affordable and reliable energy to all Americans, and I reserve.
The gentleman from South Carolina reserves. The gentleman from New Jersey is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, I yield myself such time as I may consume. Mr. Speaker, this resolution is a ridiculous waste of our time. It'll do nothing to lower costs for the American people. It will do nothing to grow our economy. It will do nothing to help us continue our goal of leading the world in the clean energy transition, and it will do nothing to combat the worsening climate crisis. This resolution does absolutely nothing. It's nothing more than a long list of fabricated grievances against the Biden administration and against the important work that congressional Democrats have accomplished over the last few years. It reads as if Republicans just fed their same old dirty energy talking points into ChatGPT and asked it to spit out a resolution. Instead of focusing on real solutions to bring down energy costs for Americans, House Republicans are working to pass this meaningless resolution that falsely claims the Biden administration is an anti-American energy, that's what their policy is. But let's look at the facts. The United States is currently producing more energy than ever before in its history, and that includes energy from all sources, solar, wind, and yes, more oil and gas than ever before. And while we're doing this, we're also making incredible progress in addressing carbon emissions and air pollution. Last year, emissions in the United States fell by 2%, even as the GDP grew by 2.4%. So why are Republicans complaining? Why are they upset about the fact that we found a way to pursue energy security while also lowering energy costs for American families, boosting our economy, and tackling the worsening climate crisis all at the same time? And I'm going to tell you why. Because Republicans don't want anything to stand in the way of their oil and gas friends. They refuse to deviate from their polluters over people agenda, and they're wasting floor time on meaningless resolutions and bills that won't go anywhere because they're simply not capable of governing. This Republican Congress is the least productive of any Congress since the Great Depression. They don't have any new ideas or solutions. Instead, they just continue to gravitate to their comfort zone, which is doing the bidding of the oil and gas industry. President Biden and congressional Democrats have taken a drastically different approach. In stark contrast to Republicans' polluters over people agenda, Democrats are fighting to lower American energy bills, grow our middle class with new good-paying clean energy jobs, and combat the worsening climate crisis. Through the Bipartisan Infrastructure Law and the Inflation Reduction Act, we've seen clean energy projects growing all over the country. New manufacturing facilities are making EVs, batteries, and other clean energy technologies. And they're all booming because of crucial investments from these two bills. This leads to emission reductions, energy production, and of course, important new jobs. And it's revitalizing communities across the country with more than 271,000 clean energy jobs created since the passage of the Inflation Reduction Act. In fact, the sponsor of this resolution will get to witness the power of these investments in his own district in Washington State. Two companies backed by the Bipartisan Infrastructure Law investments of $100 million are building next-generation EV battery plants in Washington State, in his district, and are expected to create hundreds of new jobs. And it's not just the state of Washington that is benefiting. Over half of the Inflation Reduction Act's projects are located in congressional districts represented by Republicans, totaling more than 144,000 new jobs and over $262 billion in investments. We're growing the economies in their districts, and yet Republicans continue to complain. The Republicans often talk about the Biden administration's so-called war on energy. They mention it today. I honestly have no idea what they're talking about. American energy production is breaking records. Gas prices have remained stable over the last year, and the Energy Information Administration has forecasted that Americans are paying less for heating costs this year than they did last year. Other countries, and often our competitors, are investing rapidly in clean energy. If we pause our important work, we will fall behind. If Republicans have their way, we'll stop competing, stop investing in the booming clean energy economy, and simply recommit to expensive, polluting fossil fuels as the way forward. So I urge my colleagues to vote against this do-nothing resolution. And I urge my colleagues across the aisle to come up with better things for us to do with our time, not waste our time. And with that, I reserve the balance of my time, Mr. Speaker.
The gentleman from New Jersey reserves. The gentleman from South Carolina is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. You know, the hardworking Americans, the taxpayers in this country, they know that the Rush to Green policies of the Biden administration have made energy more expensive. And the Democrats are going to say, well, oil and gas production is higher than it's ever been in this country. Yes, it is, but it has nothing to do with the policies coming out of the Biden administration, who started war on American energy on day one. There's not a single policy you can point to that the Biden administration has put forward that would increase oil and gas production. In fact, they've done everything to harm oil and gas production in this country. Oil and gas production increases due to the policies of the last administration and policies that were set forth over the last decade. Nothing to do with the Biden Rush to Green policies that have made energy more expensive. I'd like to yield 1 minute to the gentleman from Louisiana, our Majority Leader, Mr. Scalise.
The gentleman is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I want to thank my friend from South Carolina for yielding and for his leadership on energy. We sure are going to miss your voice. We have a few more months left before you leave Congress, but you have been a great, great advocate for American energy, for so many other forms of energy like nuclear power. But today we're talking about how we can help those families who are struggling. You know, and I rise in strong support of HRES 987 by Mr. Newhouse and a number of other colleagues. Because if the policies of the Biden administration were working so well, as someone had tried to claim, why are families furious that they're paying about 40% more when they go to the gas station to fill up their cars? Why are they furious that when they pay their household electricity bills, if they can afford to pay their household electricity bills, they're paying over 30% more? It's because from day one, when Joe Biden took the oath of office, he issued an all-out assault on American energy. And for anybody who forgot or wants to glaze over it or say it didn't happen or what are they talking about, the good news is we actually documented all of those specific actions in this resolution, Mr. Speaker, because it's President Biden who took these actions. Day one, canceled the Keystone Pipeline. Now, what does that mean? That would have been about 11,000 American jobs. You know what it also would have meant? It would have meant about 180,000 barrels of oil moving through the Keystone Pipeline. 830,000 barrels of oil moving through the Keystone Pipeline. Now, for the people that are trying to suggest that, oh, that's a good thing because there are some people that want to just eviscerate American fossil fuels. And President Biden has led that charge. But let's be very clear, Mr. Speaker. President Biden's war on fossil fuels doesn't cover all oil and gas. It only covers American oil and gas. And maybe that's the most perplexing part of his failed policies that angers people. And people have figured this out because they've watched the president get on Air Force One, which, by the way, still runs on jet fuel. They don't have solar panels on the wings of Air Force One. It's not a green plane. He got on Air Force One and he flew to Saudi Arabia and begged them to produce more oil when he's shutting down production in America. You know what Saudi told him? They said no, because they're a cartel, they're a monopoly, they're part of OPEC. They want higher prices. It benefits them to have higher prices. And so they told President Biden no. But President Biden should have never even had to go to Saudi. Again, if President Biden's so against fossil fuels, if they're so immoral, as some on the left will suggest, then why is he getting on Air Force One, using fossil fuels, and begging Saudi to produce more? When he's shutting it down here. Again, he canceled lease sales in America. It's documented here in the resolution we're voting on today. We didn't do that. Nobody else did it but Joe Biden. He's the one who canceled lease sales. President Obama actually had lease sales. President Trump had lease sales. And as my colleague from South Carolina pointed out, production today, if you want to brag about production, that's great. Because oil production today is a result of investments made 5 and 10 years ago. I represent parts of the Gulf of Mexico and some of the best oil reserves. The deep waters of the Gulf of Mexico that produce some of these rigs, if you go out to a platform in the Gulf, they could produce over 100,000 barrels a day. But you don't just plop one down and start producing 100,000 barrels today. If you get a lease today, you have to pay millions of dollars for it. You can't because Joe Biden cancels lease sales. But if you got a lease, you then have the luxury of going out and finding private investment, because there's no government money like the solar panels and the car batteries. It's private money. You might have to find $2 billion to go and fund the oil rig. You build the platform. It's a floating city. It's amazing American technology. And you put it out in the Gulf of Mexico, 60 miles offshore maybe, drilling 12,000 feet below the surface. And then you have to go back to the department and get more permits. You got to get permits for seismic, which you cannot get today, by the way. You have to get permits to put pipelines and subsurface infrastructure, which are almost impossible to get today because the Biden administration doesn't want production. And so you do all of those things and you invest all of those billions of dollars of private money. And if that well happens to produce, then maybe 5 to 10 years later, it gets the first drop of oil that comes out of the ground and starts producing. Well, again, that happened years ago, so I'm glad people are taking credit for it today. It didn't happen today. It didn't happen when Joe Biden took the oath of office, because Joe Biden took the steps to crush it, killing pipelines, killing leases on new production, killing the ability to get permits to go out and develop leases that you paid millions of dollars to the federal government for. That's what Joe Biden did. It's documented right here. But what he did worse, after he killed American production, if this was all about purity, and this was all about just protecting the world from fossil fuels, that would have been it. But that's not what it's about. It's a war on American energy. Because again, he went to Saudi to beg them to produce more oil when he just did a virtual ban on LNG exports. Do you know who that benefited? It crushed American jobs here. You already saw some decimated jobs and canceled major multi-billion-dollar projects in America. You know who it emboldens, what Joe Biden did? It emboldens Vladimir Putin. Putin is making billions of dollars a month. Not a year, a month Putin is making billions of dollars selling his oil and natural gas to world markets because of what Joe Biden's done. And because now that he has crushed a lot more things like LNG exports, which we were using here in America to help our friends around the world in Europe, we can help our allies. But if Biden gets his way, which so far he has, we can't export here. They still need energy in those other countries. So where's Europe getting it from? From Russia. So on one hand, Joe Biden's saying, oh my God, Russia's evil, and he says we need to help Ukraine, but then he's funding Putin's war effort by giving Putin leverage and billions of dollars a month to finance the war against Ukraine. This is insanity. And it's raising costs on families here at home. The hardworking families of America are sick and tired of Joe Biden's failed energy policies, and they get it. They know what he's done. People on this floor can sit here and deny that any of this stuff happened, but it did. It's well documented in the resolution, point by point by point. I wish it was only one or two, and you could go focus on those. But it's over 60 actions he's taken to attack American energy. And again, only American energy. Venezuela's getting their ability to produce more. Iran, the largest state sponsor of terrorism in the world, who funds Hamas. Hamas, who invaded and attacked barbarically our great friend Israel. Where did they get that money? From Iran. And Joe Biden reduced sanctions against Iran so they can sell their oil on world markets. Again, if it was about purity and getting rid of oil, then it would be for everybody. He wouldn't have lowered the sanctions against Iran, but he did. And so Iran can go make billions of dollars a month, like Putin's making, because of Joe Biden's policies. But here in America, you can't get new leases. You're almost impossible to get permits. You can't do LNG exports because Joe Biden wants to attack American energy. We're sick and tired of it. The American people are sick and tired of it. And it's hurting the people that can least afford it. The lowest income families are paying the price for this failed policy. It's got to end. The bills we're bringing to the floor this week point it out and end it. The Senate should take these bills up. Everybody should vote for it. These should be bipartisan exercises. Everybody should stand up for American energy. When I look at that beautiful flag right behind the speaker, Madam Speaker, why would we want to embolden Vladimir Putin with our energy policies when we have enough energy in America to crush Putin, to crush Iran, to crush Venezuela? OPEC would be irrelevant if we just produced more American energy, and the only person standing in the way right now is Joe Biden. Let's end this madness. Let's pass this legislation. I yield back the balance of my time.
The gentleman from South Carolina reserves. The chair recognizes the gentleman from New Jersey.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I yield now 2 minutes to the gentlewoman from Texas, Ms. Jasmine Crockett.
The gentlewoman is recognized.
Thank you so much, Madam Speaker. I rise in strong opposition to this ridiculous Republican attempt to deny reality. You know, I must first start off by making sure that I can respond to some things that were just said. As a member of the Agriculture Committee, you probably know, just like I do, that we have a thing that we've been fighting for called sustainable aviation fuels. And this is something that we know in speaking to organizations such as Boeing, we know that we can actually operate planes off of something like sustainable aviation fuels, and they are ready to do the hard work. And guess what? Our farmers are ready to participate. Our farmers need to make sure that they are going to expand their options for earning $1 because we have this thing called climate change that's taking place. And right now, especially in the state of Texas, we are losing so much of our farmland because of this thing called climate change. We just had wildfires that destroyed fires. We know that right now, when it comes to our sugar crops, we're having issues because it takes 6 years just to raise a sugar crop. So guess what? We've got to be creative. And honestly, if we would allow the Republicans to continue to decide on what we are going to do when it relates to energy, well, by gosh darn it, I think we'd still be in horse and buggy. Because it seems like advancements in technology are not what we're looking for. No one is saying that it's either or. What we're saying is that we need to make progress instead of being regressive. And so under this current administration, we know that we have a record amount of oil that is being produced, but that doesn't mean that we can't also be smart about our energy and move forward. So let me get to my prepared remarks. Instead of taking action to build on President Biden's progress, House Republicans would rather sit on the sidelines in the least productive Congress in modern history and ridicule rather than serve. In this resolution, Republicans ridicule the president's energy supply chain policy, but while Republicans ridicule Biden brings results. President Biden and the Democratic Party—
The gentlewoman's time has expired.
Madam Speaker, I'll yield the gentlewoman another 2 minutes.
The gentlewoman is recognized.
Thank you so much, Madam Speaker. President Biden and the Democratic Party brought billions of dollars in investment into the U.S. energy sector through the Inflation Reduction Act. Republicans ridicule the president's record on jobs in the energy sector, but Biden is bringing over 1.4 million jobs to the U.S. through the IRA. Republicans ridicule the president's record on gas prices. These are the same Republicans, by the way, who are refusing to lift a finger to get critical aid to Ukraine, which would lower gas prices even more. Nevertheless, despite Republican inaction by sharing intelligence and training with the Ukrainians, Biden broke the blockade, lowering Americans' gas prices. Republicans ridicule the president's record on home energy affordability, but Biden brought billions of dollars to help families in need to pay their energy bills in each and every one of our districts through the LEHEP program, which Republicans refuse to fully fund. The fact is, we know what Republicans want to do with our energy sector. They showed us when they passed H.R. 1, which would put polluters over people. So without a positive agenda of their own, they stand on the sidelines to ridicule President Biden's agenda. I appreciate this resolution, if for no other reason than it clarifies where my colleagues on the other side of the aisle stand. I want the American people to know that Republican ridicule of President Biden's agenda to combat climate crisis by lowering energy costs and investing in America, while Republicans ridicule, Biden brings results. With that, I yield the balance of my time.
The chair the gentleman from New Jersey reserves, and the gentleman from South Carolina is now recognized.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. You know, it's interesting that the gentlelady across the way mentioned Ukraine because, as the majority leader so succinctly pointed out, Joe Biden's policies of shutting down American energy production is actually funneling money to Vladimir Putin to help him pay for the war in Ukraine, to pay for the Russian army to go in and kill Ukrainians. It's hypocritical for them to talk about Ukraine in the light of American energy production. The gentleman from Washington State, the chair of the Western Caucus, has a great resolution that points out all the things that the Biden administration has done to kill the American energy golden goose, laying the golden egg, helping the economy. I'd like to yield 5 minutes to the gentleman from Washington, Mr. Newhouse.
The gentleman is recognized.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Thank the gentleman from South Carolina, Mr. Duncan. I rise today in proud support of House Resolution 987. This resolution denounces the Biden administration's anti-American energy policies that are designed to slow and kill domestic production as a gift to extreme activists. The result of this failed track record has been higher prices for consumers, we all know that, and an increased dependency on our adversaries like Russia, like China, and Venezuela for our energy needs. The United States is blessed with an abundance of natural resources, and we have the ability to achieve energy dominance. We can produce affordable, reliable, and clean energy right here at home. But instead, this administration is adamant on bending to the will of these extreme activists who push policies and increase global emissions. Madam Speaker, make no mistake, this war on American energy is not one fought over science. It is being fought over ideology. On his first day in office, President Biden canceled the Keystone XL pipeline, as you've heard. That has cost 11,000 potential jobs in the United States, hundreds of thousands of barrels of oil per day from our supply, and cost rural communities throughout the central United States millions of dollars in much-needed revenue. President Biden illegally canceled oil and gas leases in the Arctic National Wildlife Refuge and added extraction restrictions to over 13 million acres of the National Petroleum Reserve in Alaska, depriving Alaska native communities of key resources and revenue. President Biden has proposed regulation after regulation designed to end fossil fuel production as he promised on the campaign trail, while limiting resource production on our federal lands. In just January of this year, Joe Biden announced a pause in future liquefied natural gas export terminal permits under the guise of climate change. This misguided decision will restrict future supply of LNG to our allies abroad who are seeking to end their reliance on Russian natural gas. I can only imagine Vladimir Putin smiled after reading this news. In addition to these restrictions on oil and gas production, President Biden has also taken actions to make it harder to mine for critical minerals in the United States and forcing a reliance, again, on our adversary, the Chinese Communist Party. By blocking mineral developments in northern Minnesota's Iron Range, New Mexico's Chaco Canyon, and Arizona's Rosemont Copper, the Biden administration is actively and persistently harming American industry. As the chairman of the Congressional Western Caucus and a member of the House Appropriations Subcommittee on Energy and Water, I am dedicated to restoring prosperity to rural communities across the country and fighting President Biden's anti-American energy agenda. Madam Speaker, we have the...
myself such time as it may consume.
The gentleman is recognized.
Thank you. I heard the sponsor of this resolution, the gentleman from Washington State, make reference to Ukraine and then to LNG exports. And let me say, the only thing that's holding up aid to Ukraine is the Republican leadership. The Speaker at any time could bring up a resolution providing, or I should say a bill, providing funding for military purposes and supplies in Ukraine, and it would pass this House overwhelmingly. I don't know why he isn't doing it, but for them to suggest on the other side of the aisle that somehow we're not helping Ukraine, that is their fault, because they refuse to bring up the spending bill that will allow that to happen. And it's not happening this week, and then we're going to go on a 2-week break, and it's still not happening. And they are running out of ammunition in Ukraine to defend themselves against Putin. Now, I also want to mention the gentleman's reference to LNG exports. Here, again, Republicans are ignoring the facts that don't conform with their narrative. The U.S. has become the #1 exporter of LNG worldwide in just a few short years, and there is enough already approved liquid natural gas export permits for us to triple our export capacity without issuing a single additional permit. This level of production, according to a letter sent by over 60 European Union lawmakers, will meet the energy needs of our allies in Europe for years to come. We're supporting our allies. It's those on the other side of the aisle, the Republicans, that are not supporting our allies by not allowing legislation to come to the floor that will help Ukraine. The White House has issued an LNG pause that serves as an opportunity to evaluate how the recent boom in LNG is contributing to greenhouse gas emissions, environmental pollution, and domestic energy price increases. What we're saying here today, and this is what the Republicans ignore, is that this administration, the Biden administration, is increasing production, increasing production of oil and natural gas, addressing renewables, getting more solar out there, getting more wind out there, but at the same time, making sure that our economy grows and that, gas prices don't increase. So, and addressing the climate crisis. So the White House has this LNG pause because one study found that the rise in U.S. LNG exports over the past 3 years contributed to higher energy bills for American families. We also shouldn't ignore the public health impacts of unfettered fossil fuel development along our Gulf Coast. Study after study demonstrates a link between fossil fuel plants and adverse health outcomes. Louisiana's so-called Cancer Alley experiences low birth weights at 3 times the national average and preterm births at twice the national average. So I want to commend the administration for pausing new LNG permitting to examine these potential impacts. But again, the LNG exports are increasing. They're at a high. The European Union is benefiting from them. Unfortunately, Ukraine is not benefiting at all because the House Republican leadership refuses to bring up legislation that would help Ukraine defend themselves. And with that, I'll reserve the balance of my time.
The gentleman from New Jersey reserves. The gentleman from South Carolina is recognized.
Thank you. In World War II, we stopped the Germans in the Battle of Bulge by running them out of fuel. We can influence the war in Ukraine by stopping the flow of money to Vladimir Putin through his sale of oil and gas by becoming an energy leader once again. America has the ability. I'd like to yield 2 minutes. Gentleman from Georgia, a member of the Energy and Commerce Committee, Mr. Carter.
The gentleman is recognized.
I thank the gentleman for yielding. Madam Speaker, I rise today in support of this, denouncing the harmful and anti-American energy policies of this administration. On day one of his presidency, Joe Biden declared war on American energy, and he's not stopped since then. To no one's surprise, this resulted in record inflation, destroying the purchasing power of hardworking Americans. Just yesterday, the administration finalized a new rule to force more Americans to purchase electric vehicles, even if it isn't the best option. Our government should not be choosing winners and losers, especially when it impacts their livelihoods. Today, EVs are largely a luxury item for most Americans. Most Americans cannot afford one, and they also cannot afford a vehicle that may not serve them when they need it. Parts of my district are incredibly rural, and an EV is simply not practical for life there. Other recent attacks on American energy by this administration include its decision to pause LNG export approvals. What is being called a pause now will last indefinitely and is de facto a ban. This will cede our energy independence to countries like Iran and Russia and force manufacturing and businesses abroad. Sadly, the Biden administration is bowing to the far left's radical Green New Deal agenda by imposing a policy that will, in fact, not reduce emissions. Newsflash. China's carbon dioxide emissions increased last year by twice as much as U.S. emissions declined. Twice as much. If we're concerned about emissions, then the Iranian and Russian gas that will replace us in the market is much dirtier and will lead to more emissions. Again, blocking new LNG export projects won't reduce global emissions, but it would be a gift to America's adversaries and show Europe that the U.S. isn't a reliable ally. It's saddening to see this administration do everything it can to destroy our role as a global energy leader. These are things that should not happen. The world will no longer look to the U.S. as an energy leader, which inevitably will lead to a less stable world.
The gentleman's time has expired.
Gentleman's yielded. Gentleman as much time as he needs.
The gentleman is recognized.
Years of work have gone into becoming the global leader in increasing energy production, reducing energy prices through technological innovation, leading the world in the reduction of emissions, and providing energy stability and security. These are strengths we should be embracing, not reversing. The world would no longer look to the U.S. as an energy leader. which inevitably will lead to a less stable world. It's no secret that my friends on the left look to countries like Germany as a role model for energy, which is the worst role model you could possibly use. I must think the opposite. While German emissions have dropped significantly, it's largely due to manufacturing leaving the country. That means fewer opportunities and less economic prosperity. We cannot afford to follow that example. I support the bill. I urge my colleagues to support it, and I yield back.
Reserve.
The gentleman from South Carolina reserves. The gentleman from New Jersey is now recognized.
Madam Speaker, I know the Republicans have more speakers, so I'll continue to reserve.
The gentleman from New Jersey reserves.
Madam Chair, Madam Speaker, I yield 1 minute. The gentleman from Texas, Mr. Weber.
The gentleman is recognized.
I thank the gentleman. Madam Speaker, since President Joe Biden's first day in office, he has actively attacked our energy industry. Joe Biden's blatant political ploys to satisfy his radical climate activists has directly impacted my energy-heavy district, which houses approximately 50% of Texas's daily refining output. It is home to 7 of America's largest petroleum refineries, which processes 2.6 million barrels of oil every day. It is also home to 3 LNG facilities and 60% of the nation's strategic petroleum reserve. Our strategic reserve sites along the Gulf Coast are still dangerously low on oil, leaving America more vulnerable to a true energy supply disruption caused by a hurricane, natural disaster, not to mention our enemies. Port Arthur LNG is in my district and now in limbo because this president recklessly decided to ban LNG exports. Do you know what that means for my district? This means that Texans will be without jobs and our community will suffer because these facilities typically invest heavily back into our community. Our way of Southeast Texas...
Seconds.
Our way of life in Southeast Texas depends on the certainty of energy. The president's every move decision to kill our energy security has only resulted in leaving America more reliant on foreign adversaries. Quite frankly, I'm surprised the president has the energy to do this.
Madam Speaker, I yield 2 minutes. The gentleman from Idaho, Mr. Fulcher.
The gentleman is recognized.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. To the gentleman from South Carolina, thank you for your leadership, and the gentleman from Washington for bringing the bill. Madam Speaker, earlier today, the gentleman from Louisiana said it pretty well. President Biden's assault on domestic energy production has been nothing short of catastrophic for Americans. Since he took office, we've witnessed staggering surges in energy costs. Gasoline prices up 33%, home heating oil 44%, electricity and natural gas 29%. Meanwhile, the Biden administration continues to threaten our energy infrastructure by refusing to unleash domestic energy production, and so we have to buy from our enemies. And that's the point I wanted to underscore that had been made before, but we have to buy from our enemies as a function of not proliferating our own domestic supply. From canceling the construction of the Keystone Pipeline in his first day in office to revoking leases for oil and natural gas mining outfits across the West, his most recent decision to ban U.S. exports of liquefied natural gas, the president has risked our national security, taking jobs from Americans, caused energy prices to skyrocket, all in the name, supposedly, of climate change. Enough is enough. I'm proud to co-sponsor HRES 987 and to put an end to the Biden administration's harmful anti-American energy policies. We've got to stop this practice of supporting the people who hate us. We need to employ Americans, control our own destiny by proliferating American energy production. Madam Speaker, with that, I yield back.
I reserve.
The gentleman reserves. The chair now recognizes the gentleman from New Jersey.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I now yield 3 minutes to a member of the Energy and Commerce Committee, the gentlewoman from Texas, Ms. Lizzie Fletcher.
The gentlewoman is recognized.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and thank you, Ranking Member Pallone. I rise today in opposition to House Resolution 987. I don't have enough time in these 3 minutes to go through all of the inaccuracies and misleading statements in this non-binding resolution or that I've just heard on the floor this afternoon. But in the time I do have, I'm going to cover some of the omissions in the resolution. Look, my friends on both sides of the aisle know that I am proud to represent the great state of Texas and the city of Houston, the energy capital of the world. And we know a thing or two about energy production. And here's what we know is happening right now under the Biden administration. 1, the United States is producing today more crude oil than any other country at any other time in history. Number 2, last December, 3 months ago, the United States natural gas production reached an all-time high. 2023 also saw record growth in the solar industry, more than 50% more than in 2022, and the same thing is true with wind energy, which we produce a lot of in Texas. After the Congress passed and President Biden signed the Inflation Reduction Act, forecasts for land-based wind energy installed by 2026 increased by nearly 60%, enough to power an additional 2 million homes. At CERAWeek in Houston this week, industry leaders are talking about other promising energy technologies, geothermal, hydrogen, and more. And they're talking about climate, because we have to do both. We have to continue to lead the world in both production and ideas. That is American energy dominance. Policy disagreements are to be expected around here. We're here to bring our diverse perspectives and experiences and engage constructively to solve real problems and to address real concerns. But resolutions like this one do nothing. They do the opposite of facilitating dialogue and understanding. And they take up the time we could spend solving real problems. I'm kind of a broken record on this, but I wish we were here right now doing permitting reform. That's what we should be spending our time doing. So let's engage constructively and build on the momentum and the important steps that have been taken in the Biden administration to ensure our energy independence, which have led us to produce the most crude oil ever, to lead the world in natural gas production, to lower gas prices, to grow wind and solar in record amounts, and to develop new technologies and address emissions and climate change. We can do all of those things and more if we do it together. So today, I'm voting no, and I encourage all of my colleagues to do the same. Thank you, and I yield back the balance of my time.
The gentleman reserves, and the gentleman from South Carolina is recognized.
Madam Speaker, I reserve, and I'm prepared to close.
The gentleman reserves. The gentleman from New Jersey is recognized.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I yield myself such time as I may consume.
The gentleman is recognized.
Madam Speaker, the resolution claims that the Biden administration has hampered the domestic production of energy and made the United States more reliant on other countries for its energy needs. This could not be further from the truth, and I want to be crystal clear to get this in the record. Under the Biden administration, the United States is producing more energy than it has at any other point in its history. In fact, through the entirety of President Biden's term in office, the U.S. has produced more energy than it has consumed, and he's the only president to achieve that in my lifetime. Last year, the United States added a record 33 gigawatts of solar capacity, fueled by the Inflation Reduction Act, which is lowering costs for Americans every day. And we should be thanking President Biden for unleashing American energy. Republicans can say whatever they want, but the facts don't lie. President Biden's energy policies are strengthening energy security and positioning us to compete globally, all while reducing emissions. So please, I would urge everyone to vote against this resolution. And let me just say, this resolution is really flat out absurd and it's really an attempt by extreme Republicans to mislead the American public. The data shows that we're producing more energy, and it's not just oil and gas, it's solar, it's more wind turbines, exporting more gas and liquid fuels than ever before. Meanwhile, the administration is making significant progress in its efforts to drive down planet-warming air pollution. Last year, U.S. emissions fell, as I said, by 2%, even as the economy roared and GDP grew by 2.4%. And these numbers are a clear indication that we can achieve a safer climate while bolstering energy security and job growth at the same time. So In the face of this climate crisis, the U.S. must continue to be a global leader in the clean energy transition and help our communities prevent further extreme weather and other climate impacts. So what we're seeing before us today with this resolution is the Republicans' polluters over people agenda. That's the reality. It's a policy that's outlined in this resolution that risks derailing the immense progress that President Biden has made since taking office. I can't emphasize enough, in conclusion, Madam Speaker, that what we're seeing with this president and this administration is an effort to increase energy production across the board and at the same time become a global leader on addressing the climate crisis. Let us continue with that. Let us build on that. Don't take us back. And that's what this resolution would do, take us back. So with that, I yield the balance of my time and encourage everyone to vote against this resolution.
The gentleman yields back. The gentleman from South Carolina is recognized.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. You know, my friend and colleague from South Carolina, Trey Gowdy, when he served in Congress, he said this. He said, you know, there's a stubborn thing about facts, is that they're facts. This resolution is facts. Things the Biden administration has done to hurt American energy independence, costing Americans more of their hard-earned dollars to pay their basic utility bills, transportation fuels to go to work, take their kids to school, to ball games, or to go to their houses of worship. It's costing them more today to fill their tanks than before the Biden administration took office. And in fact, day one, as we pointed out, on day one, Joe Biden administration started a war on American energy by stopping the Keystone Pipeline. He's had fewer lease sales in the Gulf of Mexico than any other president in decades. He's done 3. President Obama had 20 lease sales. So instead of getting, as the majority leader said, instead of getting Air Force One back after the invasion of Ukraine when energy prices were going up and we were approaching a congressional election cycle and going to the President Biden getting on Air Force One, going to the OPEC cartel to Saudi Arabia and begging them to produce more fossil fuels, which they claim to hate, but we're going to beg OPEC to produce more so that we can consume more. Instead of going to Saudi Arabia and the Middle East, President Biden shouldn't have got on his plane and gone to North Dakota or gone to Pennsylvania, the Marcellus Shale, or gone to Louisiana, or gone to the Permian Basin in Texas and begged American producers to produce more so that Americans could use American-produced resources. That is a winning strategy for America to be energy independent. And I'm glad the Democrats on the other side of the aisle are talking about energy production being up right now, and it is, but it has nothing to do with the Biden administration policies. There's not a single policy or regulation that the Biden administration has put forward that has done anything to help American producers produce more and increase that production. All that production is a result of the Trump administration and past administrations that have leased more property and produced more resources. It takes years to produce a well. It takes years to go out and find the resources, develop that well, and get that oil and gas online. That didn't happen overnight, and it didn't happen in the last 3 or 4 years. It has happened because of policies in the past. So thank you for praising President Trump's ability to unleash American energy potential. That's a winning solution. Americans know it. They know what they were paying at the pump before the Biden administration. They know what they're paying now. This bill points it out. These are the facts, and the facts are undisputed. And so, Madam Speaker, I urge my colleagues vote yes on H Resolution 987, and with that, I yield back.
The gentleman yields back. All time for debate has expired. Pursuant to House Resolution 1085, the previous question is ordered on the resolution and the preamble. The question is on adoption of the resolution. Those in favor say aye. Those opposed, no. In the opinion of the chair, the ayes have it and the resolution is agreed to.
Madam Speaker, I'd ask for the yeas and nays.
The yeas and the nays are requested. Those favoring a vote by the yeas and nays will rise. A sufficient number having risen, the yeas and nays are ordered. Members will record their vote by electronic device. Pursuant to Clause 9 of Rule 20, this 15-minute vote on adoption of House Resolution 987 will be followed by 5-minute votes on adoption of the House Concurrent Resolution 86 and the motion to suspend the rules and pass H.R. 1836. This is a 15-minute vote. On this vote, the yeas are 217 and the nays are 200. The resolution is adopted. Without objection, a motion to reconsider is laid on the table. Pursuant to Clause 8 of Rule 20, the unfinished business is the vote on adoption of the House Concurrent Rule 86, on which the yeas and nays are ordered. The clerk will report the title of the concurrent resolution.
House Concurrent Resolution 86. Concurrent resolution expressing the sense of Congress that a carbon tax will be detrimental to the United States economy.
The question is on the adoption of the concurrent resolution. Members will record their vote by electronic device. This is a 5-minute vote.
members voted? Does any member want to change your vote?
On this vote, the yeas are 222 and the nays are 196. The concurrent resolution is adopted. Without objection, a motion to reconsider is laid on the table. Pursuant to Clause 8 of Rule 20, the unfinished business is the vote on the motion of the gentleman from South Dakota, Mr. Johnson, to suspend the rules and pass H.R. 1836 as amended, on which the nays and yeas are ordered. The clerk will report the title.
Union Calendar number 177, H.R. 1836. A bill to amend Title 46, United States Code, to make technical corrections with respect to ocean shipping authorities and for other purposes.
The question is, will the House suspend the rules and pass the bill as amended? Members will record their votes by electronic device. This is a 5-minute vote.
1 minute. All members voted. Does any member wish to change their vote? On this vote, the yeas are 393, the nays are 24. Two-thirds being the affirmative, the rules are suspended, the bill is passed, and without objection, the motion to reconsider is laid on the table.
For what purpose does the gentleman from Missouri seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, I'd ask unanimous consent that all members have 5 legislative days to revise and extend their remarks on extraneous materials on H.R. 7023.
Without objection. House will be in order. Pursuant to House Resolution 1085 and Rule 18, the Chair declares the House and Committee of the Whole House on the State of the Union for consideration of H.R. 7023. The Chair appoints the gentleman from Pennsylvania, Mr. Muser, to preside over the Committee of the Whole.
Thank you. All right, we're starting at the top here. The House is in the Committee of the Whole House on the State of the Union for the consideration of H.R. 7023, which the clerk will report by title.
A bill to amend Section 404 of the Federal Water Pollution Control Act to codify certain regulatory provisions relating to nationwide permits for dredged or fill material and for other purposes.
Pursuant to the rule, the bill is considered read the first time. General debate shall be confined to the bill and amendments specified in Section 6 of House Resolution 1085 and shall not exceed 1 hour, equally divided and controlled by the chair and ranking minority member of the Committee on Transportation and Infrastructure or their respective designees. The gentleman from Missouri, Mr. Graves, and the gentlewoman from California, Ms. Napolitano, each will control 30 minutes. The chair recognizes the gentleman from Missouri.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I yield myself such time as I may consume.
Gentleman is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I'm proud to rise in support of H.R. 7023, the Creating Confidence in Clean Water Permitting Act, which will make permitting processes under the Clean Water Act more efficient, more consistent, and transparent while continuing to protect our nation's water quality. The Clean Water Act became law in 1972 with strong bipartisan support and an understanding that clean water supports healthy communities, as well as every industry across the United States, from farming to fishing to manufacturing. Unfortunately, we've seen this important law become increasingly weaponized over the years to delay permits and prevent critical infrastructure and energy projects from moving forward without providing any additional environmental protection. Ultimately, the weaponization harms the health and well-being of our nation. This bill will address these problems and greatly benefits manufacturers, farmers, energy producers, road constructors, home builders, water treatment plants, supply chain managers, among others, by providing clarity under the Clean Water Act. Every person throughout the country relies on these industries and will also benefit from the regulatory flexibility and faster completion of these projects. I want to emphasize that this bill does not overhaul or weaken the Clean Water Act. Instead, the Creating Confidence in Clean Water Permitting Act codifies long-standing, effective permitting practices and makes targeted, common-sense reforms. I want to thank all my colleagues on the Transportation and Infrastructure Committee who worked on various aspects of this legislation, and I'd urge support for this common-sense legislation that's going to provide clarity to the Clean Water Act permitting process. With that, Mr. Chairman, I'd reserve the balance of my time.
Gentleman reserves. Gentlewoman from California is recognized.
Mr. Chairman, I rise in strong opposition to H.R. 7023. This bill significantly restricts the oversight and regulatory authorities of the EPA and Corps of Engineers under the Clean Water Act. The Clean Water Act, enacted over 50 years ago, is the nation's bedrock environmental law for restoring and maintaining the chemical, physical, and biological integrity of the nation's waters and water resources. However, the changes in H.R. 7023 defy the Act's overarching intent and gut the independent authority of both agencies to ensure the projects and activities are carried out with only minimal impact to water resources. This partisan bill weakens clean water protections while providing exemptions, legal shields, and limited oversight to special interest polluters and large-scale projects that demand higher scrutiny. The bill disregards congressional intent in establishing EPA's independent oversight authority over clean water permits, undermines permitting requirements, eliminates judicial review and public engagement, rolls back oversight of mining companies, industrial polluters, inadvertently slows down permitting process with increased bureaucracy and complicates state-determined decisions. Mr. Chairman, this bill would also significantly reduce remaining Clean Water Act protections over critical rivers, streams, lakes, and wetlands that survived last year's Supreme Court ruling. Not satisfied with the court Sackett decision that eliminated protections for more than 50% of the wetlands and up to 70% of the streams, this package of anti-clean water proposals would further hamstring EPA and the Corps' ability to operate independently to protect our nation's waterways. These proposals go in the wrong direction by giving even more to polluters and sacrificing the needs of communities that depend on clean water. After Sackett, Congress should be working to restore the protections of the Clean Water Act that worked for over 50 years and should move H.R. 5983, the Clean Water Act of 2023, a bill that I have co-sponsored with over 130 of my colleagues, to restore clean water protections over our waters, many of which serve as non-replaceable sources of water for families, our communities, our farms, our businesses, and our industries and our quality of life. We've made too much progress in cleaning up the rivers and streams for Congress to give up now. Mr. Chairman, that is why I'm opposed to the proposed changes in H.R. 7023 that weaken bedrock Clean Water Act protections. The bill would add additional hurdles to EPA's ability to ensure water quality standards. It will reduce, if not eliminate, opportunities for the public to seek redress when they are harmed by violations of Clean Water Act. It would effectively eliminate EPA's ability to oversee and block dangerous projects. Communities will not benefit from these changes, but mining companies, the oil and gas industry, and other toxic polluters will. My colleagues would like to approve projects faster, but we need to ensure that projects are built with full consideration to the impacts to human health and environment, and I support the EPA and the Corps working with local communities, with tribes and states to make these important decisions. Mr. Chairman, I am enclosing in the congressional record a copy of the minority views of 723 that were co-signed by myself, Ranking Member Larson, and an overwhelming majority of the Democrats on the committee. I urge my colleagues on both sides to vote no on this bill. I reserve my time.
The gentlewoman, Ms. Napolitano, reserves. The gentleman from Missouri is recognized.
Chairman, at this time I'd yield 3 minutes to the, 3 minutes to the gentleman from Minnesota, Mr. Stauber.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair. You know, our permitting system is a great burden to our nation. It delays infrastructure projects indefinitely, stops us from bringing energy sources online, and deters investments in our communities. And let's make no mistake, permitting is holding back America. H.R. 7023, the Creating Confidence in Clean Water Permitting Act, seeks to unleash the American economy. It is a package of common sense reforms that will reduce regulatory burdens, establish certainty, and increase transparency in our permitting system. This bill will, in turn, create opportunities for home builders, farmers, loggers, and small business owners alike, enticing them to invest in projects that help our local economies grow and our rural communities flourish. I'd like to highlight Section 4 of H.R. 7023. Section 4 is the language of my bill, the Reducing Permitting Uncertainty Act. Section 404C of the Clean Water Act allows the EPA to veto a dredge and fill permit. However, the EPA has taken it upon itself to proactively reject the permits and retroactively take away permits. In a country of due process, it seems absurd that a federal agency can dictate whether a project is good or bad before an application is even filed. If we reject ideas before they mature, we crush any chance of ingenuity, growth, and progress in this country. Do innovators no longer deserve the opportunity to make their case and share their creative solutions? Further, the ability to take away permits when projects are well underway is outrageous. A constant threat that the government will waltz in and shut down years of hard work. Talk about creating an unwelcoming atmosphere for our job creators. The section H.R. 7023 is not a dramatic departure from the status quo. It's clarifying a time frame. When an application is pending, the EPA can make a determination whether or not to veto. It does not change the process, nor does it take away the EPA's right to veto. It just makes things clearer for those who want to bring projects online and help unleash the American economy. It returns our process to one that is science and fact-based rather than politically motivated. I want to thank Congressman Rouser for his work on this package of reforms, and I yield back.
Gentleman yields. Gentleman from Missouri reserves. The gentlelady from California is recognized.
Mr. Chairman, I ask unanimous consent to include in the record a copy of the Statement of Administration Policy in opposition to H.R. 7023, which states that this legislation will weaken Clean Water Act, remove protections for waterways that are vital to the well-being of American families, and undermine ongoing bipartisan efforts to improve efficiency and effectiveness of infrastructure permitting process.
Covered by general leave.
Mr. Chair, I now yield 5 minutes to the gentleman from Washington, Mr. Larson.
Gentleman is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Our predecessors in Congress worked in a bipartisan manner to enact the Clean Water Act, one of the nation's bedrock environmental laws. The legislation before us today was not developed in that same bipartisan manner, and it undermines the Clean Water Act, and I oppose this bill. The pro-clean water bipartisan consensus has held firm for decades, allowing communities to enjoy cleaner water and giving businesses the certainty they need to create jobs and spur economic growth. Thanks to historic investments like the bipartisan infrastructure law and the Inflation Reduction Act, our economy is on the move. We've added nearly 15 million jobs since President Biden took office, and unemployment has been under 4% for the longest stretch in more than 50 years. Wages are up, inflation is coming down, and we're growing the economy from the middle out and the bottom up. That is a context in which our colleagues are proposing to shatter this bipartisan consensus around clean water since the passage of the Clean Water Act. This bill will not improve Clean Water Act project permitting or create certainty. In fact, it does the opposite. According to the Statement of Administration Policy, this bill will, quote, undermine ongoing bipartisan efforts to improve the efficiency and effectiveness of infrastructure permitting processes. The SAP further confirms the bill will, quote, create uncertainty, confusion, and conflict in permitting processes. So what will this bill achieve? It weakens clean water protections. It provides exemptions and legal shields for permit holders. It limits oversight for projects that demand higher scrutiny. What does this bill do for communities? It closes the door for local communities seeking review of projects that are running through their neighborhoods and gives private developers the green light to ignore local perspectives on large-scale projects. This legislation prioritizes the needs of polluters who want to fast-track questionable projects over the public's interest and concern. What does this bill do for the permitting process? In some cases, it slows down the process. The bill adds bureaucratic steps to the process of establishing water quality standards that will slow the implementation of these standards while exposing them to increased litigation. What does it do for clean water? Nothing good. The legislation eliminates EPA's oversight of ecologically devastating projects and makes it easier for industrial polluters to discharge potentially harmful or toxic chemicals into our rivers and streams with no accountability. For example, my colleagues have criticized the EPA's use of the Clean Water Act review or veto authority. Yet the record shows that EPA's use of this authority has been consistent with congressional intent, and I see no reason for removing this authority. Since enactment of the Clean Water Act in 1972, EPA has only exercised this authority 14 times, most recently in relation to large-scale mining proposals in Alaska and West Virginia. EPA's use of this authority has in fact been bipartisan. EPA used it 2 times during Democratic administrations and 12 times during Republican administrations. Moving this legislation now is an assault on water quality. The adverse impacts of the provisions in this bill will be substantial on their own. However, enacting rollbacks is an extreme choice in the wake of the 2023 Sackett ruling by the Supreme Court that restricted the waters subject to Clean Water Act protections. It's estimated the Sackett ruling removed protection nationwide from at least 50% of wetlands and up to 70% of streams. With a much smaller number of waters subject to the Clean Water Act, additional loopholes to the process, like those proposed in the bill, are opposite of what Congress needs to do to protect our water resources. Clean water is not an abstract concept. What's at stake in this legislation is whether people have reliable, drinkable, clean water with which to conduct business, recreate, carry out daily tasks, and sustain life. During committee consideration of this bill, Democrats sought to lessen the negative impacts of this legislation and require the EPA to verify that changes from this bill would not have negative impacts on water quality or availability. Unfortunately, those amendments were rejected on mostly a party line vote. Similarly, several Democrats offered amendments to the Rules Committee to ensure the bill did not harm local fisheries, rural and disadvantaged communities, multi-state drinking water sources, or infants and children. Again, those amendments were blocked from consideration. If thoughtful oversight of our nation's waters and the permitting process that protects these waters is still a bipartisan goal, the House of Representatives can do far better than take up H.R. 7023. I oppose H.R. 7023, urge my colleagues to do the same, and I yield back the balance of my time.
Gentleman yields.
I yield. Reserve time.
The gentlewoman reserves the remainder of her time. The gentleman from Missouri is recognized.
Mr. Chairman, at this time I'd yield 2 minutes to the gentleman from California, Mr. Duarte.
The gentleman is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I rise today to support H.R. 7023, the Creating Confidence in Clean Water Permitting Act. This bill provides relief to farmers, small businesses, and energy producers across the Central Valley and throughout the United States by cutting red tape, streamlining reviews, and providing greater regulatory certainty under the Clean Water Act. I'm proud that H.R. 7023 includes my initiative taking much-needed steps to fix inconsistencies in the permitting process under the Clean Water Act. In particular, this bill ensures that EPA permit writers do their jobs in a clear and reliable manner, including clear, objective, concrete limits on specific pollutants or water body conditions that permittees can rely on. Currently, the EPA's National Pollutant Discharge Elimination System permit writers often include language in permits that provide loopholes for anti-development groups to sue and block permits needed for critical energy and other infrastructure improvements. My provision closes those loopholes and limits opportunities for unwarranted lawsuits. This bill doesn't roll back the Clean Water Act. It codifies decades-old EPA policy to shield permit holders from activist lawsuits as long as they acted in good faith and according to the specific terms of their permit. This type of regulatory certainty and legal protection for permit holders is necessary for improving our nation's infrastructure, especially California Central Valley's water infrastructure. I urge my colleagues to support this bill, a common sense reform that will strengthen the permitting process for permit seekers and holders, as well as provide greater clarity for permitting agencies. Thank you, Speaker. I yield back.
Gentleman reserves. Gentlewoman from California is recognized.
Mr. Chair, I ask to include in the record several letters in opposition to H.R. 7023, including a letter from 49 organizations expressing concern that legislation containing several misguided attacks on clean water and the Clean Water Act puts polluter profits ahead of public health and would jeopardize the water that our families, communities, business, and wildlife depend on.
The gentlewoman's request will be covered by General Lee.
I now yield 3 minutes to the gentlewoman from Ohio, Ms. Sykes.
The gentlewoman is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. As the Vice Chair of the House Transportation and Infrastructure Subcommittee on Water, Resources, and Environment, I rise in strong opposition to H.R. 7023. This bill is a combination of attacks on the Clean Water Act that altogether will threaten access to the clean, safe water our communities rely upon. This bill would protect polluters, make it easier for dangerous pollutants like lead, mercury, and arsenic to enter our waterways. And the more pollutants that enter our source waters, the greater the cost it is to clean them up. And the greater the cost it is to clean up our water, the more expensive it is for our constituents. In my district, we have seen the rising costs of water, and plenty of communities are also struggling to afford their water bills. And while I have been working throughout this Congress to improve access to affordable quality water in my district and beyond, the majority has been undermining my efforts and others with bills like this. For example, in committee, I offered an amendment that would have protected our drinking water from pesticides and prevented water rate increases by passing the cleanup costs to the polluters. But my Republican colleagues voted down this common sense amendment and preferred to have my constituents and their constituents pay for bad actors. Water is an essential resource, and people in Ohio's 13th congressional district depend upon access to clean water for their lives and their livelihoods. We must protect our waters from dangerous pollutants and also prevent working people and families from having to foot the bill for pollution and discharges. Finally, I'd also like to discuss how this bill relates to last year's disaster in East Palestine, Ohio, which occurred just miles away from my district, and the ongoing issues we're seeing as a result. Changes within H.R. 7023 would allow large projects like railways or pipelines to go forward without any consideration for the broader impact that they will have on the communities that they are constructed in. The bill limits what is considered an impact. So when used for a new rail line, the court will not be able to consider a rail spill, toxic materials that may be transported on the railroad, or other disastrous scenarios, just like we see it in Ohio. These secondary impacts can be huge for the nearby environment and the communities. And with the East Palestine derailment, they certainly were. Worse yet, other parts of this bill will limit the ability to review, taking away the ability of a community to advocate for itself and be involved in the process of a major project in their own neighborhoods. I will continue, Mr. Speaker, advocating for sensible permitting reform that allows businesses to grow and considers the health and safety of consumers in adjacent communities. But Mr. Speaker, this bill is not it. I firmly believe H.R. 7023 will only make ongoing issues in my state and district worse, as well as yours. Mr. Speaker, I urge my colleagues to oppose this bill, and I yield back.
I reserve the balance of my time.
Gentlewoman reserves. Gentleman from Missouri is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. At this time, I yield 2 minutes to the gentleman from Utah, Mr. Owens.
The gentleman is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'm speaking today in support of H.R. 7023. This bill includes language from my legislation, the Water Quality Criteria Development and Transparency Act. As a member of Congress, I value the input of my constituents. The EPA, however, sees input from stakeholders differently, at least in regard to water quality criteria for the National Pollutant Discharge Elimination Systems permits. EPA claims that these criteria are just guidance, not a final agency action that should require a proper regulatory review process. States can technically adopt different criteria, but the EPA makes this process so burdensome that most states are forced to adopt the EPA guidances. In other words, guidance becomes regulation, and that is the game and end goal of the EPA. The EPA then voluntarily takes comments and feedbacks on these criteria. They have a body that reviews the criteria, an internal science body comprised of bureaucrats. And internal review from its own board is not a real robust review. The language from my bill, the Water Quality Criteria Development and Transparency Act, ensures the development of these criteria will be treated with the same respect as any other regulations. That is, listening to the stakeholders' feedback. The stakeholders are constantly dealing with the new burdens from the EPA. As true experts, they deserve consideration by the EPA. Additionally, in the most limited way possible, the EPA needs to be held accountable through the judicial system. Activists have abused the judicial system for decades. Our stakeholders should have an opportunity to keep the EPA accountable. Personally, I would prefer no new onerous criteria, but career bureaucrats being solely in charge of this criteria should frighten everyone. Feedback from stakeholders ensures that the criteria remain relevant, and EPA must consider the opinions of industry pros, the stakeholders, in making these criteria relevant. All new criteria and new regulations should incorporate their input and their expertise. I urge my colleagues to support this important piece of legislation, and I'll yield back.
Gentleman reserves. Gentlewoman from California is recognized.
Mr. Chairman, I ask unanimous consent to include in the record 2 letters expressing opposition to H.R. 7223 and its efforts to reopen federal protections of pristine salmon habitat within and around Bristol Bay, Alaska, including a letter from Bristol Bay Defense Fund and the United Tribes of Bristol Bay.
The gentlewoman's request will be covered by general leave.
I now yield 3 minutes to the gentlewoman from the state of Michigan, Ms. Golden.
The gentlewoman is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I rise in opposition to H.R. 7023. Mr. Speaker, despite meeting every stipulated requirement, my amendment to this dangerous bill to protect our children from pollutants in their water was not ruled in order. Something's not right. This is unacceptable as a matter of parliamentary process, and it's unacceptable because our children's health is at risk. Infants and children are among the most vulnerable to the negative health effects of pollutants in their water. They're often the closest to the source. They crawl on the floor and in the grass and put anything they find in their mouths, including their hands, which puts them at greater risk of exposure to toxins. Their immune systems are the least prepared to handle this exposure. Children's internal organs are still developing and maturing. According to the National Institutes of Health, kids' immune systems may provide less natural protections against toxins than adults. Infants and children face more critical periods when exposure to toxic chemicals may alter their health for the rest of their lives. The Creating Confidence in Clean Water Permitting Act would increase the risk to our children by limiting the tools and processes that the EPA utilizes for monitoring the health of our water, improving water quality, and limiting pollutants from entering our waters in the first place. The amendment I submitted was simple. It would have paused the changes within the bill until the EPA could certify that they would not lead to increased discharges of pollutants that have adverse effects on infants and children from increased exposure. Some of these pollutants we may see more of are linked to neurological disorders, behavioral changes, and certain forms of cancer, including breast cancer, leukemia, and brain tumors. My colleagues and I across the aisle may not agree on the merits of the Clean Water Act or the importance of protecting our local waters from contamination and degradation, but surely we can all agree that protecting our nation's infants and children from toxic chemicals is our shared responsibility. And simply that we need to know where there is poison in our water and whether we're giving it to our children. For that reason, Mr. Speaker, I will offer my amendment as a motion to recommit later today because I will never stop fighting for our children. This is not just a bad bill, it's dangerous for our kids. At the end of the debate, I'll insert into the record a text of this amendment, and I hope my colleagues will join me in voting for this motion to recommit for our children. I yield back.
I continue to hold.
The gentlewoman reserves. The gentleman from California, from Missouri is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. At this time, I yield 3 minutes to the gentleman from Missouri, Mr. Burleson.
The gentleman is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I rise in support of the Creating Confidence in the Clean Water Permitting Act, a bill that pushes back against the out-of-control EPA and ensures that important projects are approved in a timely manner. The EPA has used the Clean Water Act to delay or block projects and ensure a radical climate agenda is fulfilled, all at the costs of projects that are critical for the United States. The EPA is often inconsistent, not transparent, and unfair in its decision to approve projects, even when those projects have no negative impact on the environment. This bill will cut red tape. It will strengthen the permitting process in favor of those seeking the permits and provide clarity to the EPA to ensure that they are following what the law intends and most importantly, fight back against the militant climate agenda. Look, we all know that the EPA can be a bad actor in the permitting process, but they're not the only ones that are standing in the way. We also have to deal with these environmental groups who continually sue to delay these projects from going through, claiming that the costs outweigh the benefits. Of course, we know what they really mean. These projects don't further their climate agenda, so they must be stopped. That's why this bill includes my legislation, the Judicial Review Timeline Clarity Act. The Judicial Review Timeline Clarity Act ensures that any lawsuit seeking judicial review of a Section 404 general or individual permit must be filed within the first 60 days of the permit's issuance. And if the court decides that the Army Corps did not comply with the law in approving projects, it will be remanded back to the Secretary, where they have 180 days to take action that the court has ordered. Look, businesses are busy. They're already buried under regulation after regulation, which takes on obscene amounts of time and resources to comply with. In this case, they already have to demonstrate that these projects will have basically no impact on the health of water or show that they have exhausted all alternatives in discharging. Even with these strict regulations, environmental groups sue to stall these projects, claiming that they will have a negative impact on the environment. The goal is to keep them held up in court. And our court system is already being attacked from every angle. Let's not let the environmentalists continue to manipulate the courts to push their climate religion. It should be an efficient and speedy process so businesses can build the infrastructure that our country depends on. The Creating Confidence in Clean Water Permitting Act will bring needed reforms to litigation and ensure any challenge to these permits are efficient, fast, and fair. And in closing, I want to thank the work of the Chairman Graves and the Subcommittee Chairman David Rouser.
In reserves, gentlewoman from California is recognized.
Mr. Chairman, I yield 3 minutes to the gentleman from California. 3 minutes to the gentleman from California, the ranking member of the Natural Resources Subcommittee on Water, Wildlife, and Fisheries, Mr. Huffman.
The gentleman is recognized.
I thank the gentlelady. Mr. Chairman, I rise in opposition to H.R. 7023, another example of Team Extreme's polluters over people agenda. And folks may be wondering why we are talking about a bill that tries to gut the Clean Water Act in what is supposed to be Energy Week for House Republicans. Well, the answer is pretty straightforward. This week actually has nothing to do with energy policy. It certainly has nothing to do with clean water policy. The common thread is Team Extreme's bromance with polluting industries who want to dismantle our environmental laws so they can poison our air, water, and climate without any accountability. That's why we're debating this terrible bill that will roll back 50 years of clean water protections. Now, in the Sackett decision, the Supreme Court severely limited Clean Water Act protection for tributaries and headwaters. The decision was a disaster, and it's why Congress right now should be trying to move legislation that builds up and protects the Clean Water Act. We should be giving EPA further tools to hold industry accountable, to safeguard the power of states and tribes so that they can protect sensitive ecological areas and embolden our communities to have an active role in the permitting process for projects that will impact their livelihoods. Republicans are doing the exact opposite here. In the aftermath of Sackett, they're trying to gut the Clean Water Act even further by removing EPA's ability to deny Clean Water Act permits. They're removing NEPA and ESA protections, as well as state consultation. And Republicans are trying to eliminate judicial review, making it virtually impossible for a community to challenge a project that's been hastily approved through this new permitting process. The bottom line, this makes it a lot easier for polluting industries to wreck our lakes and rivers and streams. It puts polluters over people. Now, it's worth remembering in the face of these constant attacks on our environmental protections why we created the Clean Water Act in the first place. The purpose was to protect communities and the environment. Just 50 years ago, we had lakes and streams that you couldn't wade into, much less fish in. There were rivers that caught fire and couldn't be put out. Team Extreme wants to take us back to that. And in typical fashion, they try to hide the effects of this bill behind a euphemistic title, the Creating Confidence in Clean Water Permitting Act. You know, if Congress had a truth in labeling requirement for bills around here, this would be called the Dirty Water Permitting Act. So enough of the gaslighting, enough of putting polluters over people. I urge my colleagues to oppose this bill, and I yield back.
I reserve the balance of my time.
Gentlewoman reserves. Gentleman from Missouri is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. At this time, I'd yield 5 minutes to the gentleman from Louisiana, Mr. Graves.
The gentleman is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I want to thank Chairman Graves, and I want to thank Chairman Rouser for work on this legislation. Mr. Chairman, look, the reality is that America has been wrapped in a bureaucratic morass. We've been wrapped in red tape. It's impossible to do things like build roads. It's impossible to deploy things like transmission that are critical to help to renew and update the grid, the electrical grid. This is because of what we've seen as an extreme agenda out of this White House. We just yesterday talked about the fact that the average American family is now spending an additional $1,000 a month just complying with rules and regulations out of this administration. Mr. Chairman, I remind you, this is the administration that said they would not impose additional costs upon any family making less than $400,000 a year, but that's exactly what their agenda is doing, whether it is blocking energy production and driving up energy cost, whether it is the shrinkflation you've seen with smaller products at the grocery store, higher utility bills. Every American family is facing this new hidden tax. What Chairman Graves and Chairman Rouser have done is they brought together a bill that brings common sense to the Clean Water Act process. Look, I represent South Louisiana. We live at the bottom of one of the largest watersheds in the world, and certainly the largest watershed in the United States. We go from Montana to New York to Canada and drain all this area. Everybody's discharge, everybody's runoff comes to our state. Do you really think I would have an interest in dirtier water being at the bottom of the watershed? Being in the area that has some of the greatest commercial fisheries in the continental United States, one of the biggest recreational fishing destinations in this country? No, it doesn't make any sense. And so what this legislation does is it helps to streamline the process. And I want to thank the chairman for working with us to include a provision that codifies the general NPDES permits that would simply require the notice if the general permit is not going to be revised, simply letting the applicant know or the existing permit holder know if it's not going to be reissued or renewed. Another one that helps to improve the legal process. And Mr. Chairman, I actually met with John Kerry, Brian Deese, White House officials under the Biden administration that have both left now, but who brought up to me while they were working for the White House that said that we've got to fix this judicial review thing. This bill does it. What it does is something very simple that makes that applies common sense to the situation. It says that, yeah, that's fine. You can file a lawsuit if you have a problem with the decision that was made, but you first have to try to participate and resolve your issue in the public comment process, in the public participation process, rather than waiting for the record of decision, standing out there on the the outsides, filing a lawsuit just as a delay tactic. These are not helpful tactics. To the contrary, these are malicious tactics. And I appreciate the inclusion of that because that moves in the right direction. Look, in closing, Mr. Chairman, this entire bill builds upon the incredible work that was done in the revisions or the improvements, the modernization to the National Environmental Policy Act that President Biden signed into law back in June. That simply tries to ensure that we shrink the amount of time, that we shrink the scope of work that's done in looking at environmental assessments and environmental impact statements. Because all of this bureaucratic morass, all of this additional cost that's being heaped upon American families, all it's doing is slowing down our economy, and it's giving a strategic advantage to countries like China, which is not in our interest. I urge adoption of this legislation and yield back.
Reserve. Gentleman reserves. Gentlewoman from California is recognized.
Thank you. I yield 3 minutes to the gentlewoman from the state of Pennsylvania, Ms. Lee.
Gentlewoman is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I stand today in vehement opposition to H.R. 7023, the Creating Confidence in Clean Water Permitting Act. It's amusing that we're having an Energy Week conducted by a majority that uses all of its energy to fight against the interests and well-being of the American people. This bill is emblematic of the Republican Party that shamelessly prioritizes the investments of their billionaire donors over the health of our children, our communities, and our environment, not to mention our economy. Every member of this body likes to claim to be here to advance the needs of our constituents, but it seems like every day the Republican Party tries to tear down the very laws that aim to protect their own constituents as well as mine from corporate polluters pumping toxins into our air and drinking water. It seems like every day they fight to repeal the investments that are creating thousands of good-paying union jobs in districts like mine, lowering our energy bills and creating a healthy, livable future for our kids. Pittsburgh is the 22nd most polluted city in the nation, and this year was the first year that we didn't get a failing grade from the American Lung Association. So I know far too well from what happens when corporate polluters are absolved of responsibility and accountability for their actions, which several portions of this bill seek to enable. I'm proud to fight against those who seek to endanger our communities, endanger our children, through polluted air and tainted water, just so they can give another handout to the billionaires and big oil CEOs who bankroll their campaigns. I'm proud to represent West
California. Increasing the NEPADES permit from 5 to 10 years ensures that the federal permitting process accurately reflects the time frames to construct a public water project, upholding the Clean Water Act protections. U.S. EPA and these NEPADES permits issued nationwide expire long before they can be renewed, and in many times they stay in effect for years. This amendment, if adopted, would clear the backlog and provide the necessary time to plan, engineer, and build the facilities. With that, I yield and